stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's so great to see so many people here tonight. Let's go straight to it because I know we have a lot of wonderful recognitions and then a busy meeting. So the first item of business is the consent agenda. Can I please get a motion? Yes, okay, Ms. Downey, can I see a second? Ms. Hirsch, thank you. All in favor of the consent agenda? That passes. And Ms. Costin? Can you say yes since you're on Zoom?
Yes.
Great, that passes 7-0. Ms. Kowalski is just running a few minutes late, but we will, she said to start without her. Let's go straight into the student staff recognitions. And first up are the distinguished teachers, Ms. Gilbert. Is she on Zoom?
I don't know.
Michael, that's why I'm gonna get online so I can tell. You're permitted to talk. Please go ahead, Ms. Gilbert.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marlene Gilbert, and I'm the chair of the Distinguished Teachers Awards Committee. This is our 37th year of celebrating exceptional teaching in Greenwich. Selection of the 6 distinguished teachers is done by our 20-member committee, which includes representatives from the Board of Education, PTA Council, Greenwich Education Association, Greenwich Organization of School Administrators, Kiwanis, and the community at large. I am honored to present to you 6 individuals who are passionate about the work they do and who strive to inspire our students to become lifelong learners, problem solvers, and innovators. It is my pleasure to announce the distinguished teachers for 2022. Please stand when your name is called if you are at the meeting in person. Libby Craig, International School at Dundee, Advanced Learning Program. Ryan Jones, Greenwich High School, Social Studies. Allison Kistler, North Mianus School, Kindergarten. Tyler McCosey, Western Middle School, Science. William Ronk, Riverside School, 4th grade. And Darcy Zigmont, North Street School, 3rd grade. On behalf of the Distinguished Teachers Award Committee, I want to congratulate all of you. You are most deserving of this award. If you want to learn more about these special teachers, please come to the award ceremony on May 5th at Central Middle School at 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have so many, over 900 teachers in our district. So obviously these 6 are quite special and we are really lucky to have them. I'm sorry that none of my children have gone through any of your schools, but I'm very happy to have you here tonight. And I know the award ceremony is always really special. So please mark your calendars. Next up are the all-state musicians, Miss Newell and Mr. Taylor, please. Are you here or online? I guess online. Okay, go ahead, Laura.
Good evening, everyone. Each year, more than 1,000 vocalists and instrumentalists from every public and private high school in Connecticut audition for our four all-state performing groups: band, chorus, orchestra, and jazz band. This is a 2-stage process with a first round of auditions in November and a second round in February. Due to the ongoing COVID concerns, this year's auditions once again took place via video submissions that necessitated additional planning and preparation by the students. Nonetheless, I'm pleased to report that Greenwich High School once again had more musicians selected for All-State than did any other high school in the state. The students honored here this evening have spent many years working hard to become fine musicians. And although it is primarily their passion and dedication that has led them to this impressive achievement, their efforts have been continually supported by their parents and families, our exceptionally strong K-12 music faculty, our always supportive school administration, and our Board of Education, all of which place a high priority on arts education. I am pleased to present the 30 Greenwich High School musicians who were selected to represent Greenwich High School in this year's All-State Band, Chorus, and Orchestra. For All-State Band, we have Quinn Collins, CeCe Shea, Hannon Stern. For the All-State Chorus, we have Kate Adorney, Charlie Adorney, Lucy Bay, Gregory Bound, Michaela Browning, Stephanie Busani, Dawson Clark, Benjamin Cooper, Ethan Cooper, Jackson Gales, Brooke Haddon, Alexis Killeen, Yunu Cook, Charlotte Marcuson, Joaquina Mendive, Joe Nagai, Luke Avzog, Madeline Phillips, Delilah Ruiz, Esther Shah, Yuta Takahashi, Jacob Winston, and Ziyi Yan. For the All-State Orchestra, we have Luca Dolgov, Elisa Feng, Benny Gruenbaum, and Chloe Hensky. Congratulations.
You guys are in the room. Please stand. I feel like some of these children must be here. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. I know that I believe all their certificates will actually go to school, so they'll be handed there, right? Yes, okay. Well, congratulations. That's really impressive, and quite a large group of children. Next up was that all of it for the All-State musicians? Am I right? Yes, okay. Next up is the Harlan Virtual Supreme Court. Mr. Hall, is he here? Aaron? Yes, you are. There you are.
I'd like to invite Nicole Orlovsky and Arjun Kishore to join me up here, please. Dr. Jones and members of the board, I speak to you tonight to recognize two juniors on the GHS We the People team, Nicole Orlovsky and Arjun Kishore. They competed in the national finals of the 10th annual Harlan Institute Ashbrook Virtual Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. 60 teams in pairs started the competition by preparing extensive legal briefs and initial recorded oral arguments in October. Then 38 teams made up of 76 students from across the country competed in 3 virtual rounds online with sitting practicing judges. In a mock trial of the current Supreme Court of the United States case, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, Inc. versus Bruin, they expertly represented the respondents for the state of New York, facing a very hot and very conservative bench. The finals were held in person at the Georgetown Law Center, the bullpen, if you will, of the Supreme Court. They argued in front of a 3-judge panel made up of DC Circuit Court Judge Naomi Rao, U.S. Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces Judge Gregory Maggs, and U.S. Court of Federal Claims Judge Stephen Schwartz. Past judges include Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh. For their participation in the finals, they will be invited to attend the Ashbrook Academy on the Supreme Court and the Constitution in June 2022, and will each receive an Amazon gift card. Additionally, we were able to tour the Supreme Court in person, which included a visit to the highest court in the land, the basketball court above the Supreme Court itself. I couldn't be prouder of respondent counsel Kishore and Orlovsky as they faced an uphill battle and represented Greenwich with prodigious talent and skill. Please give them a round of applause.
Do they want to say something? I mean, they're clearly good at it, so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add, but we got a lot of help on our project. So I'd just like to give a big thanks to everyone who helped us out. Of course, Mr. Hull, but then a bunch of teachers and students who also helped us prepare our case. So yeah, big thanks to them.
I think we didn't prepare as much for this as we did for our actual competition. So, but more specifically, we'd like to thank the other Gov teachers who ran rounds with us and Duke Maloney, who did practices with us as well. And we worked with some other former We the People students and just had a lot of amazing resources and help in this, so we really appreciate that, and especially Mr. Hull's help and support through all of this.
Well, I'm sorry to put you two on the spot, but I knew you guys could handle it. So thank you so much. Really impressive. Thanks for representing Greenwich. Next up is, and I think they're in front of me, the boys swimming and diving state champions. Mr. Lowe.
Members of the board, Chair Stowe, Superintendent Jones. This is a team that showed incredible resilience and determination to recapture the state double L and open championships after 2 COVID years in which they were denied that opportunity. They came through with flying colors, winning the climactic state open meet by over 200 points and turning in multiple swimming and diving All-America performances. After quarantines that had us down to 4 swimmers eligible to practice in December, the team showed joy and determination as it faced the hard work and challenge of fighting its way back to the top. I'm especially proud of this team and to introduce each one of them for their state victory each one of the state victory contributors to you today. First up, I guess we'll just have them stand and sit individually as we go through it. First up, junior Evan Belmont, who went all the way from our JV in 2 years ago to become a state finalist in the 200 free this year. Jonathan Bergbaum, a senior, our only sprint freestyle to make it to the state open in the 50 freestyle this year, will be off to the University of Miami next in the fall. Aiden Bucaria, triple gold medal, including 2 relays and All-America time performance in winning the 100 breaststroke. He'll be a 2023 captain. Zachary Chelnick, junior, who made his mark in the backstroke at the Double L Championships this year. Keegan Clark, sophomore, who went from most improved last year to a 4-event state open swimmer this year. Hunter Dower, senior, who scored in the 500 free at both Double Ls and the open, will be off to Ithaca College in the fall. Mick Delasha, senior captain and 4-event open swimmer who keyed 2 relay gold medal efforts, will be off to the University of Alabama this fall. Andrew Diamond, senior, who after 3 JV years was the biggest surprise of the team this year, anchoring the 200 free relay to the gold medal at the state open. He'll be off to Mass Maritime Academy this fall. Liam Flaherty, junior, versatile swimmer who could score in any event and a key member of 2 All-America qualifying gold medal relays, captain to be. Mitchell Goldstein, hardworking junior 500 man whose season ended at the Double L Championships and who was voted in as captain for 2023. Matthew Hake, senior open meet flyer and breaststroker who stepped in to swim the fly leg in our gold medal Double L medley relay. He will be off to Hamilton this fall. Justin Jacob, senior captain who alternated leading off as the backstroke leg of our gold medal relay with swimming the fly leg as well. An open finalist in both of those individual events. He'll be swimming at NYU in the fall. Ryan G, senior captain who not only contributed to 2 gold medal relays, but also achieved All-America times in both the individual medley and 100 butterfly, in which he was the state champion. He'll be off to Colgate to swim. Alex Kilco, junior, who made a strong comeback from a mid-season injury to score in state meets in both the individual medley and 500 free. Luke Mendelson, freshman who made his mark this year scoring in the 50 free, but whose versatility will make him a multiple event man in the future. Michael Merson, senior sprinter who made his contribution in the 50 freestyle at the Double L Championships. He'll be off to the Stevens Institute of Technology in the fall. Daniel Sicknick, a freshman surprise who made the jump from JV to state Double L finalist in the breaststroke. Jacob Winston, sophomore diver whose scores have him on the brink of All-America status. Haddon Woods, a freshman who also made the leap from JV to Double L finalist with his dramatic improvement in the butterfly. These are the swimmers and divers who made this A championship team. Additionally, I would like to add that without the dedicated coaching staff of Kevin Thompson, our diving coach, and assistant swimming coaches, James O'Malley and Joan Lynch, we would not have reached the level of accomplishments we did have this year. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Coach Lowe, can I ask you a question, please? If you can return to the podium, because I think everybody should hear this answer. Can you tell everyone here how many years you've been coaching at Greenwich High School, please?
How old are you?
I'm 59.
Not that many. 54.
Wow. Thank you, Joe, for pointing that out. That's longer than Coach K, I think, right? That's impressive. Much longer. But you have more champions. So there you go. So there you go. I would let you guys go, but you should probably stay because now the next group of comments is from your student government. Then you can leave after that. How about that? You should support them. All right. So next up is our public hearing, which always kicks off with the GHS student government comments.
Good evening, Chair Stowe, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and meeting attendees. I'm Javi Serra, Senior Class President at Greenwich High School. This past Monday, the senior class hosted a dodgeball tournament at 7 o'clock. The 15 teams brought fierce competition and firm camaraderie. There was a team of administrators and a team of GHS teachers competing as well. A team of baseball players took home the title and they each received a $50 Rinaldi's gift card. In other news, the Cardinal Cafe is beginning to reopen and offer a wider variety of food selections. Students are eager for the return of the sandwich bar and fresher food in general. The Student Center is also becoming more lively. On Tuesday during lunch, there were games of musical chairs where tens of students played or watched as music blasted through the Student Center. It's been great to participate in activities and celebrations as we gear up for the end of the school year. I'm excited that our commencement speaker has been selected and will be announced to the community soon. Beyond our preparations for graduation, the senior class has also hosted a car wash fundraiser on April 10th at Old Greenwich School. Many senior volunteers scrubbed cars and solicited donations to support our upcoming senior prom. Lastly, I just want to give a huge shout out to the man I get to call my all-time favorite teacher, role model, and friend, Mr. Jones, on the Distinguished Teacher Award recognition. Mr. Jones has been a transformational influence, and I'm so lucky to have gotten to know him. This award was so incredibly well-deserved. And congratulations to the other winning teachers. You've all earned it. As always, thank you for this opportunity and for your time here tonight. I look forward to speaking with you all in a month's time.
Good evening, Chair Stowe, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and meeting attendees. I'm Kwame Boateng, Student Body President at GHS. I'm glad to report that this week, students are participating in an Electric Spirit Week. Monday was Grade Color Wars. Tuesday was an iconic duo day from pop culture. Wednesday was USA Day. Today was Mitch-Mash Day. And tomorrow, students will be bringing anything but a backpack to hold their notebooks and computers in. As we approach the end of the year and the end of my high school journey, I would like to take the time tonight to thank all the administrators and teachers who have constantly supported the student government in all its endeavors. A special thanks to Mr. Silkman, Mrs. Foster, Mr. Mayo, and Ms. Tulata. We've had countless meetings and can never support our support system enough for their guidance and feedback as we advocated amongst our peers day in and day out. The names I mentioned are only a handful of the great faculty that have supported my peers daily throughout high school, and we are all incredibly grateful for all they do for our community. It has been a long 2 years with COVID, but with every passing day, I see GHS come back to life, and I'm truly optimistic for its future. Next time I speak here will be my last remarks as Student Body President. Then, at the board meeting in June, Javi and I will introduce next year's student government leaders. Thank you as always for your time tonight. Can't wait to see you in a month.
Thank you, Kwame and Javi. It's always great. You guys can stay, but I don't want you to feel like you have to, just so you know. It's a lot of pressure. Next up are the GEA comments. Let's give them a few minutes. So, go ahead. There's so many of them. Thank you again. Thanks for coming. You can talk to an empty classroom, right, Lou? You got this. You can talk to an empty classroom, right?
Usually my classrooms are full. Kids love to come see me.
I'm sure. We can get started, right?
I have a water polo and dive team. Perone's nasty in badminton. No one can beat me. All right. That's right, I'm live. Good evening, board members, Dr. Jones, parents, GPS community, and to my 900 GEA members. My name is Lillian Perone, proud president of GEA. I first like to acknowledge and send congratulations to all the recipients who received their community service awards this past Monday night in our Performing Arts Center. More importantly, to thank all the students for the significant contributions that you all have made to your schools and to our Greenwich community. Thank you, and thank you. Congratulations to all the students, even though they walked out on me, it's okay. Here tonight that were recognized for their awards. And my friend Terry Lowe, 54 years, that is just amazing. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for bringing up that. I know tonight is all about the recognition that's going to be coming up, not tonight, but on May 5th. But I do want to recognize the 6 teachers again. But first, I'd like to start off with thanking our GPS staff. And when I say GPS staff, I mean the entire staff that makes our school system run. And it's a long list, and I won't do that to everyone tonight. But I just want to plant that seed and you let it grow while I'm talking, okay? Our GPS staff, our community members, parents that all supported our schools and all of our students. A second shout out to all our Greenwich teachers, again, for all you are distinguished. You all are distinguished in my eyes. You are truly amazing and distinguished. You pivot on a dime, you show up every day and made it happen that we in Greenwich did what no other district did in Connecticut. We were open for business and school was in session for our students. Now to our 6 distinguished teachers that are listening to me in their car on their way going home. And that's what really makes them distinguished. I'd like to start out with this quote from Albert Schweitzer. Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. Of course, my mom always said, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life too. Right? That's from my mom. That quote's important because I think what distinguishes our teachers, the 6 that we announced today, is that their true love of teaching, the love of students, their highly qualified instruction that has distinguished them all. So I look forward to their celebration of excellence next Thursday, May 5th, 4:30, right here at Central. So I hope to see a large turnout there so we can celebrate all their successes. I'd like to end with, because we won't be here next week, I want to wish all our moms a happy Mother's Day. Have a great day, moms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Len. I'm sorry. Next up, we have PTA Council. I think I see Mimi there. Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Jones, Chair Stowe, and other members of the Board of Education. I'm Mimi Duff, President of PTA Council, representing the 15 school PTAs and the families of all their members. I want to start by saying thank you for acknowledging so many of our students and staff in the various ways that they show excellence and give back to the community, whether that be in athletics, the arts, contributions in community service, or in other ways. Going through the agenda items for tonight, we're very excited to get an update on the Western field situation. It has now been 6 years that our Western middle school students haven't had full access to their fields, where the baseball and softball practice teams have to be bused to other fields to practice, and where school spirit may fall short, as Western is unable to host at-home track meets. Our Western School Middle School students deserve better, and we look forward to seeing some progress toward a lasting solution. We also look forward to the Central Middle School update and the various textbook review updates. We appreciate all the moving parts and various efforts that are ongoing in terms of improving building issues, textbooks, and curriculum reviews. We would note that parents remain concerned about the heavy testing schedule for K-5 students. We know that the district is looking into this, and we want to make sure it stays on your radar. We also want to convey again that our parents would like to see a second parent-teacher conference for K-5 students across the district. We know that some schools are voluntarily doing two conferences each year, but our community would like that to become the expectation and put it into our teacher contracts so that, as so many other districts in the state have done. We also see that a revised student Title IX policy is back in today's agenda. We noticed some wording changes versus what was previously presented, and we would like the Board of Ed to share the motivation and potential impact of these changes to the public listening tonight. Ultimately, we want to ensure that our students are protected and respected and have the full protection of Title IX. Before closing, I'll note that our Green Schools Committee will be offering comments tonight discussing current initiatives in support of a move toward a zero waste policy. This team of hardworking advocates continues to pave the way toward a greener future in and out of our schools. Finally, I want to thank again this Board of Education for the accessibility provided to our community via hybrid meetings and the public comment. We continue to see great community participation, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. Okay, now we are going to go into our community comments. We have a pretty long list, so we will try, I'll announce the person and then the next so we can try to be efficient. And try to get all the comments in before the hour's up. Okay, so first up is Jackie Holman, followed by Joe Solari.
Good evening, Board of Education members, Dr. Jones. I'd like to start off tonight by thanking you for proposing what seems to be a very reasonable Title IX policy. Parents certainly appreciate your efforts on this front, so thank you. But speaking of policies, I'm wondering if you could direct me to the policy that says it's okay to dumb down the curriculum by replacing a classic book such as the Odyssey in 10th grade English with a movie. When I asked about it, Dr. Carabillo told me that all of the salient points, standards, and expectations had been addressed, and the teacher believed it was best to have students see the Odyssey production instead of continuing to use class time for students to complete the text. Does this happen in other classrooms, or is this just an isolated example? Because parents have noticed a trend toward replacing books with online articles, YouTube videos, and movies. Often this is how questionable, unapproved content creeps into the classroom. I'm wondering why you don't publish a detailed list of all curricular materials approved for use in the classroom. It strikes me that so many of the issues that parents have raised at board meetings over the last year could be easily resolved if you would just be transparent about what's in the curriculum. Otherwise, parents assume you have something to hide. So we're forced to file Freedom of Information Act requests just to find out what's being taught to our children. That would also give the parents the opportunity to opt out of potentially controversial content before it's presented to our children. Not after the damage is done, such as with the F-bomb laced graphic novel Persepolis, or that article and survey about white privilege given to the 7th graders last year, or the video that showed the fully erect penis that you all want to forget about. The same is especially true for the unapproved social emotional learning or CEL programming that completely replaces academic classes for children in certain grades, including 8th graders at Eastern who have lost at least 10% of scientific instruction time to standalone CEL lessons that are designed to teach them how to feel. Most students I know come home on CEL days feeling frustrated about school and dreading the next indoctrination lesson. They'd rather just do science. And out of curiosity, why are you being so secretive about the implementation of the transformative CEL program ruler? Why won't you address the fact that CEL has not been legally approved by the board, yet it's being used anyway? Don't you have an obligation to follow Connecticut education law? Aren't you supposed to consider feedback from the community? Especially on the cell issue, because you know how controversial it is. Instead, you just push it through behind closed doors and use government money to pay for it. That is absolutely disgusting and shameful, and you should stop that practice immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Joe Solari, followed by Beth McGilvray.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joe Solari. I'm a Greenwich dad, parent, been here for a long time, coach sports, and I love my town. And I love my kids and our children, and that's why I'm here tonight. I actually run a group in town called the Concerned Greenwich Parents. It started with just a few families. Now it's some thousand across Greenwich and Westchester and up through Stamford and Fairfield County. And you know what we try and do is protect parental rights and stop policies that could be hurting rather than helping the kids. So tonight, Title IX, I signed up to speak on that. I'm hopeful that the reason that Title IX is on the docket is it's in order to use it to protect the sanctity of girls' sports and stop the state mandate to allow boys to play girls' sports. I mean, it's crazy. Doesn't make sense. No one wants it. And yet it's being pushed forward by the state. You know, all mandates, they all are. They use force to push an agenda, whether that's boys playing girls' sports or all the acronym radical progressive programs like CRT and SEL and DEI being mandated by the state and woven into the curriculum, an unapproved curriculum. The board's got to do better on that. That promote a political agenda, that they spur division, sexualize children, and change the focus of education from education for achievement to education for indoctrination. That hurts our children instead of helps them. So just calling on my BOE members here, my fellow parents, to stand up and fight back against Hartford. Don't listen to the conflicted advice, perfectly conflicted, of a law firm that advises, seems like every educational body in town and union. Don't comply with state mandates, but protect our children from them. Return the mission of schools to education. Fulfill your fiduciary duty by standing up for our children and our parents and our teachers and our town and our Constitution. Fight back against bad state mandates, pushing an agenda rather than achievement-driven curriculum, and pushing boys playing girls' sports. Hope you do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Beth McGilvray, followed by Carrie Hucksta. Is Beth online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You can get started.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the Board of Ed. My name is Beth McGilvray, and I'm a mother of 3 boys and 1 girl, and a high school and college athlete. I am speaking out against the potential travesty of allowing males competing in female sports. Firstly, I am not confused about what is a woman or female, nor a man or male. Science has taught me that there are 2 types of humans: females with XX chromosomes and males with XY chromosomes. Science has also proven that males are stronger due to their biological makeup. Given these revelations, Title IX was instituted to protect, I repeat, protect females. I competed on a championship ski team in college. We raced on the same course as men raced. Given their biological advantages, the men skied faster, harder, and handily finished stronger than any woman. Even one of the male ski racers, gay or homosexual, outskied any girl or woman on the race course every time. This leads me to another point. One's sexual preference should have 0 bearing on your placement on a team, boys team or girls team, female or male. If you are homosexual, bisexual, transsexual, pansexual, asexual, I do not care. This sexual preference has nothing to do with your XX or your XY chromosomes, which universally states that you are a woman or man, female or male, boy or girl. I'm going to finish with a story. About 2 years ago, my son's football teammate, a linebacker, was headed into New York City to go to a bar. I was surprised as he needed an ID. He looked at me and said, "Mrs. McGilvery, it will be okay. I will borrow my sister's ID. She looks just like me, and I will just show the bouncer her ID and tell him I'm transsexual. He will let me in because he won't go there." So as the Board of Ed, are you the bouncer that's going to follow science and allow XX chromosomes to compete with XX chromosomes and also let XY chromosomes compete with XY? If you are still confused, I urge you to research the origins of Title IX. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thanks very much. Next up, Carrie Hucksta, followed by Jen Barrow. Okay, Carrie's here.
Good evening, Dr. Jones, Board of Ed members, and the Greenwich community. I am here tonight with some of my fellow Wildcats to let our community know how important it is that the issues surrounding the Western Middle School field continue to be addressed. The fact that 6 years have passed with students never playing on their school field is simply sad. It has caused our students and families to shuttle across town to access available fields, and sometimes only learning the location of a game hours before it begins. This is incredibly difficult for families and interferes with planning and time management. We want to encourage all groups, BOE, BET, DEEP, federal and local officials, and our Western community to continue to work together in a meaningful, transparent, and swift manner. We'd like to remind the district that many years ago, we were promised quarterly updates. Our families have been promised over and over again that the fields will be remediated only to be let down year after year. We would greatly appreciate it if you can clarify why the project continues to see delays. Please know that the Western PTA and our families are here to support our district in any way necessary, and we look forward to significant progress and that timely updates be shared with our school community. Thank you.
Very much, Carrie. Next up, Jen Barrow, followed by Grace Natal. You can go ahead and speak, Jen. I see you online.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. Good evening, Dr. Jones, Chair Stowe, and members of the board. My name is Jen Barrow. I have 2 daughters in the GPS system, and one of them is a high school athlete. I wanted to take a moment to address the changes to the proposed Title IX policy for students as it is on the agenda again tonight. Title IX is a federal law that prohibits sex-based discrimination in an educational institution receiving federal funding. After behind-the-scenes board discussions, a salient clause has been deleted from the proposed policy. That deleted clause stated, "Discrimination or harassment on the basis of sex includes discrimination or harassment on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation." This was stricken, removed. Somehow this concept is unacceptable to this board, but notably just for the kids. In fact, district staff had their Title IX policy approved by the board in January without redaction. Thankfully, and as you already know, the Greenwich Board of Education cannot undo Title IX protections with an edit. Title IX does protect students against discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. After a recent Supreme Court ruling, the U.S. Department of Education issued a statement in June 2021 affirming that Title IX prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Connecticut statutes and CIAC policy are clear on these non-discrimination protections too. I am disappointed by the deliberate omission in the board's proposed policy for students. This is a missed opportunity for the board to set an example of openness and acceptance to actively affirm civil rights of all students. I will quote the Connecticut State Department of Education's guidance on civil rights protections and supports for transgender students. The state of Connecticut has a strong commitment to ensuring that all students feel valued, visible, protected, and empowered to pursue their education in a safe and inclusive learning environment. Instead of erasing protections, the Greenwich Board of Education should demonstrate the same commitment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next up, Grace Natal, followed by Elizabeth DeHaven.
Hi, I'm Grace Natali, President of the Western Middle School PTA. I'd like to cede my 2 minutes today to another PTA member who has a little more information than I do.
Good evening, Chair Stowe, Board of Ed members, and Dr. Jones. My name is John Black. I'd like to thank you for the inclusion of Western Middle School Fields update in tonight's meeting. As president of Bank Raider Football, one of our youth coaches and a member of the GYFL here in town. I'm also a parent of a soon-to-be 8th grader at Western Middle School and an incoming 6th grader. So I'm quite familiar with what we're talking about with the field at Western. And I wholeheartedly and 100% understand the importance of what needs to be done for those fields. I would like to ask how the community can best navigate the channels to get the fields in working order for both our youth at Western and the organizations that use the field. We feel it's very important. In support of our youth programs, not only on the west side, but all kids in Greenwich that are going to use those fields for these programs. We are very hopeful that the progress is being made. And we, the parents and as coaches in town, would like to continue to hear updates on the fields and know how we could support the issues that we believe what it will take to resolve as soon as possible. We thank you for working with all of us stakeholders, including the BET, to fast track this project once the state has approved it. So thank you for your time.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
John Black.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, next up, Elizabeth DeHaven, followed by Amy Muth. I see Elizabeth online. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh my gosh, why?
Oh, that's my husband.
I'm like sitting here and I'm so focused on the computer and you're just standing right there. I'm like a student on the screen. Okay.
Good evening, Chairwoman Stowe, Board of Education members, Dr. Jones, Cabinet, community members. I'm here tonight to speak on action item A regarding the Title IX policy and listen to hopefully a very robust conversation about how the policy committee came to this revision and to hear the board's reaction. My name is Elizabeth DeHaven. I grew up in town, played sports, graduated from the high school, and I'm currently a parent in the district. I've worked in the field of education for over 25 years as a teacher and a leader, and I currently direct an educational research lab. None of my sons are LGBTQ. As such, I'm here tonight as an upstander. In the world of education and bullying prevention, an upstander is someone taking action to stop bullying and discrimination, as opposed to standing by because it doesn't happen to them. As I've watched the Title IX student policy discussion unfold over the last 6 months, I have at many times been speechless, angry, unsure if I really heard what I thought I did, and overall ashamed that these conversations are happening at the meetings of the governing bodies of our schools. Sadly, the message our students are receiving is that the adults who oversee this learning community and represent their parents, relatives, and neighbors can decide based on personal opinions regarding transgender girls' participations in sport that they will delete the gender identity and sexual orientation clarifiers from the draft of the GPS Title IX student policy. To reiterate what your council and some board members have said, this is not a policy about high school sports. It's about protection from discrimination and harassment in any educational program or activity. If this was about transgender girls' participation in sport, I would be here talking to you about the fact that one of the Connecticut cisgender girls who filed the lawsuit over the track and field participation beat the transgender girl named in the suit 2 days later at the championship. Or that an estimated 10% of women have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which elevates their testosterone level. But this is not about transgender participation in sport.
The largest current project in my research lab is working to identify the factors that lead to success after high school, many of which are represented in the GPS mission. Of note, one of the
30
most
seconds.
linked factors to future success is a student feeling supported at home and school. This discussion and the deletion of gender identity and sexual orientation is not supportive of our students, and is not just for students who identify in these ways. Our youngest son cannot understand how adults are so discriminating in a policy that is all about non-discrimination. And he is right. He doesn't feel understood by you, and neither do many of the students in the Greenwich Public School system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Amy Muth, followed by Megan Galetta.
Good evening, Dr. Jones and Board of Education members. My name is Ami Muth, and I'm here to speak out against the proposed changes to the Title IX updates as presented in tonight's board docs. As I thought about what to say tonight, I was guided by former Superintendent Fleischman's remarks earlier this week at the Service Awards, when he spoke about Senior Pratik Korup, the recipient of the Fleischman Service Award. What I witnessed was his empathy. Empathy, what is empathy? Emotion researchers generally define empathy as the ability to sense other people's emotions, coupled with the ability to imagine what someone else might be thinking or feeling. I ask that you and members of leadership imagine you are a parent of a child of someone who is defined as other, be it from learning differences, hearing or sight difficulties, neurodiversity, physical limitations, racial, ethnic, or religious minority, and or is struggling with gender identity or sexual orientation. Like most children, your child is just trying to be seen and understood, trying to feel a sense of belonging, looking to be included and accepted. But your child isn't accepted and feels like an outsider and may even be bullied. Until you are that parent, you don't understand what that is like. But imagine what you would want for your child in these circumstances. Imagine how you would want to protect them from the shame and internalized negative feelings about themselves, in addition to the physical and emotional abuse they've experienced from their peers, or the additional trauma experienced from the adults in the building without the skills to cope with these children and help them manage the bullying. Imagine having to decide that it is better to take your child out of the district to be safe, so that you don't lose them altogether. Now imagine that your child is non-binary, transgender, LGBTQ, and they have no Title IX protection. I'm a parent of a bullied child in this district, not a parent of an LGBTQ child, but a parent of a bullied child. And I know many other parents who've also experienced this here. I cannot stand by silently and watch as your policies further bully our most vulnerable children. Why would you go out of your way to remove from your proposed Title IX updates the definition of discrimination, removing that it includes children of gender identity and sexual orientation? Further, why would you remove the mention that the Board of Education is
30
required to
seconds.
follow Connecticut law? Why are you communicating to our students that this community does not protect children regardless of their gender identity and sexual orientation? The language of this update sends the wrong message. I ask that you, as leaders of GPS in the Greenwich community, be brave and leave during a time where it is very difficult and may affect your political base. Put aside the needs of your own families and think bigger, think of others. Your role is to protect all students. GPS needs to do a lot around inclusivity and diversity.
Time.
Lead with empathy.
Thank you very much. Next up, Megan Galetta, followed by Christina Nyminski.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board members for working diligently toward a resolution of Title IX. As a former collegiate athlete, I appreciate standing with and supporting female athletes in our state and district to protect biological females and enforcing the doctrines of Title IX. I would also like to take this time to shed some light on the current required grade 11 health curriculum and point out some very significant differences in the curriculum from 2016, in which I had children in this particular class, until now, 2022. I just think it's important for parents to understand what's happening. A view of the curriculum from 2016 included protective factors, risk factors to reduce your chance of being a victim or perpetrator of a violent crime, drug abuse, sexual assault, teenage brain, disease, addiction, prevention, and depression, all extremely important and appropriate topics to be sharing with 11th graders. Shift to 2022, grade 11 curriculum includes youth suicide, discrimination and diversity concepts, which seems to be a lot of the curriculum here. Compare and contrast the dynamics underlying prejudice and discrimination, discuss the role of leaders and followers, the dynamics of diversity, discrimination and diversity skills, how discrimination may affect your life, and then types of violent acts, relationships and sexual behaviors, various forms of abuse, abusive teen dating relationships. So I don't think the parents had been made aware that there was a shift in the curriculum. I'm happy that I never delete my Gmail. My account is ridiculously large, but it's helpful. I would also like to understand why the emphasis of the course objectives have shifted toward discrimination and diversity. Has there been a marked uptick in discrimination or racially charged incidents in our schools, or an uptick in violence that should be addressed? Have parents been notified of these incidents, and have we been notified of a plan to shift the curriculum and the course objectives in the health curriculum, the required health curriculum, to address these incidents? It should also be noted that
30
very
seconds.
recently, 10 students are being memorialized at UConn this month, 10 college students that had passed. One graduate student at Fordham and another last week from JMU. Perhaps we should be looking into some of these incidents of perhaps teen suicide, mysterious sudden deaths among teens and young adults, and rampant drug overdose, or just some of a few ideas that come to mind for health
Time.
curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, Kristen Naminsky, followed by Whitney Hayed. They must be online. Let me see. So Kristen Naminsky.
I'm not, oh, sorry.
She's here.
Good evening, Board of Ed members and Dr. Jones. I'm speaking to you as a parent who's highly concerned about the direction of our educational system is going in. I'm very disturbed by the progressive gender ideology and attack on female gender that has been taking place in our society and our educational system. No teacher or administrator should use or ask preferred pronouns. There is no such thing as a preferred pronoun in grammar. This is part of a progressive ideology and has no place in our school system. Schools need to be based on facts and science. There are two genders, male and female. Children are being taught that there are upwards of 72 genders, or that there are no genders and gender is fluid. Biological men are being allowed to compete against women, which is destroying women's sports. Most recently, the state of Connecticut removed the word woman in regards to pregnancy. They now use the term pregnant person. This is an abomination and an attack on women. Will GPS be reiterating this in the curriculum? I would like to know if our children are going to be taught that men can get pregnant as well as women. This is not based in science and should be forbidden to be taught in school. This progressive ideology is poisoning the minds of our youth. Children are getting confused about what gender they are or what gender even is. Kids are being taught and told that their skin color and sexual preference defines who they are. This is wrong. Why in middle school do our students know what pansexual means, but they have no idea what prepositional phrase or the Industrial Revolution was? My daughter overheard a history and English teacher discussing how upset they are about the changes in curriculum for next year because they are now not allowed to mention the Uyghurs or discuss the atrocities of the Holocaust. If this is true, everyone should have a problem with what is happening with the curriculum and GPS. We need more transparency with the curriculum. Schools are the largest influence on our youth, and something needs to be done about eliminating the progressive agenda that is permeating our schools. GPS needs to concentrate on academics. I'm tired of the politicization of our schools. I'm tired of the sexualization of our children. I'm tired of the leftist progressive ideology that is pushed and embedded in almost every subject. Schools need to be grounded in science and facts, not political social justice and progressive garbage. I implore the Board of Ed to start getting deeply involved, as this has a huge effect on our children and our community as a whole. I've heard of some schools in California where teachers have trans closets. They
30 seconds.
give students clothing of the opposite sex to wear during the day and hide it from their parents. There are schools that push kids into transitioning to the opposite sex and have these conversations in secrecy from the parents. This will come to our school system if we do not fight against it now. Connecticut has already taken some parental rights away. When my daughter turned 14, I could no longer access her medical records without her giving me permission. The purpose of this is to allow children to get abortions or hormone treatments without the knowledge
Time.
of their parents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what was your name again? I just want to make sure I got it right.
Kristen Naminsky.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much.
You're
Thanks, Kristen. All right, next up, Whitney Head. Sorry if I said that wrong. Whitney Head, thank you. Followed by Keith Steinberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Whitney. Thank you.
All right, sorry, it's Hayes. I'm sorry, I was typing
Oh,
really
so
quick.
it was misspelled. I was like, I was really
Yes,
trying to
I'm
say
so
that.
sorry. Yes, I was typing really fast. I got it at 12 o'clock on the dot. So
Got it. No problem. Go ahead,
it's
Whitney.
A little
Thank you.
rushed. I'm going to apologize, but I'll be as quick as clear as I can. So my name's Whitney Hayes. I've lived in the town for about 5 years. Before that, we were abroad for 12 years. I've lived in 7 states in the U.S. and traveled extensively worldwide. So it's safe to say I've seen my fair share. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'd like to, first of all, to talk about this evening about progress and COVID, among other things, because I think we all would agree that it's forced some change. Some good, some not so good. So as such, as I've seen Greenwich change just in the time that I've been here, I've seen it's been significant. And I would like to, sorry, I lost my place. As more people migrate here and there's more construction and more living spaces, more families equal more students. So with this change, we must progress. I have done extensive online research and made phone calls, asked questions because we are relatively new to the area over the past few years. But for whatever reason, I've not been able to find adequate information or answers to the following questions. So hopefully notes will be taken tonight and my queries will fall on the right ears. The first item or topic I'd like to discuss is transportation. So thank you, first of all, to anyone who had a part in giving the Indian Field Road area communities a bus. It solves a serious safety issue since the road's now far too busy for students to walk along in order to reach the high school. Second, under transportation is activity buses. Perhaps when this was a town in the true sense of the word, a yellow school bus could be used for transports to kids' events, field trips, or away games. But now, as I-95 traffic becomes increasingly worse and the smaller roads struggle to keep up with the flow of vehicles, it's simply unsafe and unacceptable. I haven't been able to get an answer about why this happens. The third point under this topic is parking at the high school. I realize this is a long-standing conversation and complaint, but again, times have changed and so must we. I've been told that the turning point began around the time when there was the construction of the Performing Arts Center. And as a result, there was a large loss of many parking spaces. The school population grew. Now we have construction and upgrades with the athletic fields, and the shortage of spaces is growing for students and staff, and still the school is growing even more.
30 seconds.
Oh goodness, I'm only halfway done. Okay, I'll have to do this another time. So I'd just like to say that even old topics can be revisited. Our family standard is don't complain unless you have a solution in mind. So my number is 203-848-9849 and my email address is ctgoodlife17@gmail.com. I do have
Thank
lots
you.
of
Time.
input. Thanks.
Whitney,
Bye-bye.
you are always welcome to email the board. And if it's
Awesome.
not related to school business, we are happy to find the person that could help you.
That would be amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Up next is Keith Steinberg, followed by Julie Deschamps. Okay. He's not here. Okay, let's skip for now. Julie, are you here? Or are you online?
Good evening, Dr. Jones and the members of the Board of Education. My name is Julie Deschamps. I'm the founder of Waste Free Greenwich and a former PTAC Green Schools co-chair. Greenwich Public Schools have a sizable environmental impact. The school district has the largest energy footprint in our town and is one of the biggest generators of waste in our community. Its diesel-fueled transportation fleet is one of the town's largest, and its properties sit on significant tracts of land. While school systems are major contributors to the causes of climate change, they can also be an important part of the solution. Greenwich Public Schools have started on a path to a more sustainable future with LED upgrades, eliminating styrofoam cafeteria trays, and recent budget requests to plan for electric buses and a dishwasher at the high school. We are grateful for these efforts. Thank you. But this is just the beginning. Much more needs to be done. I call on you, the Board of Education, to be a force toward a more sustainable future, to prioritize sustainability and commit to actions and policies to this end, including waste reduction. A large percentage of waste generated in our schools can be reduced, recycled, composted, or replaced with greener products, resulting in fiscal savings, environmental benefits, and educational opportunities. Through many pilots conducted in our own schools and case studies in other districts, we know that these waste cutting programs are highly successful. Trials of reusable wares and a dishwasher at New Lebanon School reduced trash by 80% by volume. Cafeteria trash went from 6 bags to just 1. In 2019 to 20, a waste reduction program with educational programming and sorting stations cut waste by an average of 55% by weight, and there were considerable potential savings. However, the COVID pandemic revealed weaknesses in waste management and the need for a more collaborative approach, and showed us these efforts cannot continue to be primarily bottom up. As a result, we have created a zero waste schools proposal with 3 priorities. 1, a district-wide
30
waste reduction
seconds.
program. 2, food donation and diversion. And 3, recycling. The proposal also defines roles and responsibilities for stakeholders, a team approach to create a more sustainable, resilient waste management system, and it provides recommendation for consistent, engaging educational programming. This is the moment to reestablish and expand effective programs to reduce the district's waste stream, adopt greener procurement
Time.
practices, and
Thank
train
you.
staff and students. Please
Thanks.
support the zero waste program.
Thanks
Thank you.
much. Next up, Angie Hartofelis, followed by Sophie Lynch-Chow.
Oh my gosh, it's bouncy. Okay. Hello, members of the board and Dr. Jones. I'm excited to be here this evening. My name's Angie Hartofelis, and tonight I'm speaking as the PTAC Green Schools co-chair. PTAC has many committees, and each committee pursues its own thread of interest along specific topics that are shared across the district. Each of these various committees has passionate volunteers with representatives from each of the 15 individual schools in the district who come together to work toward common district goals. PTAC Green Schools not only has representation from each of the district schools, but we also do a lot of collaboration with other entities such as the Town of Greenwich, the Conservation Commission, Greenwich Tree Conservancy, Parks and Rec, Waste Free Greenwich, GRAB, and others. Before the pandemic, our group, in collaboration with others, were making strides to reduce waste in our public school system. We had established new sorting stations at 6 schools, which included recycling stations, liquid station, a regular trash, signage in both English and Spanish, and in some cases, composting and share tables. At these schools, principals, green school chairs, custodians, facilities, and Waste Free Greenwich representatives got together to bring the plan to life. Collaboration, cooperation, and buy-in is needed by all these parties to make it a success. Then the pandemic hit, and there were major setbacks. I realize that's an understatement. However, in the specific world of green schools, recycling went out the window. We of course understand now, as we did then, that there were many other priorities that took precedent. We have been understanding and patient the past 2 years when there was little to no recycling in classrooms or cafeterias. We are excited that things are now moving in a positive direction. The students are grateful to be back in their real lunchrooms with all of their friends. PTAC Green Schools is excited to get back to working on creating less waste in our schools, like we were pre-pandemic, as I'm sure everyone is eager to get back to their productive projects. Green Schools would like to make 2 requests to be accomplished before the close of school this June. 1, we would like all recycling receptacles to be back in place in GPS schools. We also ask that in the 6 schools that already had the new waste reduction stations in place before the pandemic, that they be back in place along with their signage. And we know that you're making efforts to do that already, and we appreciate your support in achieving that goal by the end of the year. The pandemic showed us something else and that was that, we're susceptible to the collapse of a program when you remove the volunteers from it. This, of course, was a function of the times, but it made our group realize that in order to make waste reduction a sustainable reality that functions without volunteers, 30 we need to have seconds. more formalized approach with both bottom up and top down support. PTAC Green Schools also is in support of the zero waste proposal, which you have hopefully all received copies of. This proposal includes a manageable timeframe that has step-by-step achievable goals that culminate in Greenwich Public Schools being much closer to a zero waste district by 2024. This proposal also highlights all the stakeholders and their responsibility in the process if it's to be successful. Board of Ed, I'm
Time.
grateful for all your service to our community. And thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you very much. Next up, it looks like we have 2 students, Sophie Lenchow and Sam Jaff. Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, there she is. Go ahead, Sophie.
Hi, so my name is Sophie Lenchow, and I'm a sophomore at Greenwich High School. I'm just gonna jump in there and say that I'm advocating for the Zero Waste Schools program for GPS. And after looking it over and providing some input from a student's point of view, I think that it's a really great initiative. I've noticed in the past at Eastern Middle School and now at Greenwich High School that waste reduction is definitely not a focus when it really should be. For instance, at the high school and student center, where the students eat their lunch, there are hardly any recycling bins. You really have to search for them. And as a student, I know that many students don't try to find a recycling bin because they just want to get back to their friends and honestly are just too lazy to go searching. This means that the majority of waste gets thrown in the trash at GHS when really it could be managed in a much more sustainable way, not only environmentally, but fiscally as well. The Zero Waste Schools program would be such an effective and efficient solution to this issue. If sorting stations were set up all over the cafeteria or student center, kids would be able to easily access the correct bins and quickly dispose of their waste. Furthermore, in school, many of my peers don't even really know why recycling, composting, and really just effectively managing their waste is important. They don't understand that reducing your waste reduces greenhouse gases, which will slow global warming, or that it will save energy and precious resources, or even that it will reduce incineration and landfilling, which will prevent water and air pollution. All of this, in my opinion, is pretty basic knowledge and should be taught. So I think that moving forward, it's really important to teach the students, often in classrooms, cafeterias, and through special programs, why waste reduction is important instead of just how to reduce your waste. That's another reason why I like this program so much. It really educates the younger and probably older generation, like the teachers, on the impact of waste management. Now, I know that I'm only a student, but I think the fact that I am a student is a really big reason why my voice should matter on this issue. My generation is figuratively and literally the generation of the future. We need to develop habits, such as waste reduction habits, that will benefit our future and our planet in the years to come. As we know, the planet is quickly deteriorating and climate change is quickly becoming a very serious concern.
30
Waste
seconds.
reduction will teach students about these environmental impacts and also teach them very easy ways as to how they can reverse these impacts by simply sorting and lessening their waste. So that's just my opinion. So Thank you so much for letting me speak. I really and truly hope that the board will support the Zero Waste Schools program. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Next up is, or signing up. Next up, sorry, I lost my spot, is Sam Jeff. Is he online? Jeffy? Also apparently a student.
I'm not seeing anyone by that name online. If they are, if they could use the raise the hand function.
Okay, no one here, right? No, okay. We can always come back. Next up, Andrew Walsh, followed by Cheryl Resnick.
Good evening, Dr. Jones and board members. I have two kids in the Greenwich Public Schools. I just want to say that the fields at CMS have been pretty muddy for the last many years, and the recess is usually on the asphalt. And gym class has been held on the tennis court. So please address that. I want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are very noble sounding goals. Who's against diversity? Who's against equity? Who's against inclusion? You all may have a good sense of what you think these words mean, but I urge you to find out what other people in the community think these words mean. I think I mentioned this to Mr. Kelly, just as an example of how this can get out of control. The word equity or inclusion. My son was at a hiking camp this summer where it was 2 female instructors and 8 boys. It was a heat wave. The boys tried to take their shirts off, but they weren't allowed to because it wasn't inequitable because the 2 female instructors couldn't take their shirts off. So that's an example of lunacy. Another one is that they were not allowed to have private conversations on the hiking trail because that's not inclusive. So just be very careful what you mean by inclusive and equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Cheryl Resnick, followed by Francis Nobe.
Dear Board of Ed members and Superintendent Jones, I wanted to share with you a story about what happened in my daughter's class at GHS just yesterday. Her teacher in an elective class spent the first 10 to 15 minutes lecturing the kids about COVID, the risk, the deaths, and the number of cases in Greenwich. In her lecture, she stated she wants the kids to wear a mask if she's helping them out on the computer. And if they didn't wear a mask, she was going to help them from across the room while she sat at her desk. The story is not hearsay. It came directly from my daughter in a text I received while she was in class, because she was so annoyed that the students were being assisted differently by the teacher depending on whether they were wearing a mask. Furthermore, the teacher shared with the students a personal story in her life as to why she felt they should wear a mask around her. The classroom should not be an environment where the teacher expresses his or her personal opinion, especially on sensitive and private issues. Per the special BOE minutes from February 16, 2022, the BOE unanimously voted to end board policy 4118.237/5141.8 for face coverings and masks. And that quote, mask wearing is to be an individual choice in the schools effective March 1st, 2022. If the teacher is wearing a mask while teaching students, that is fine. And it is his or her individual choice, just as it is for the students. However, it is wrong for a teacher to treat or teach a student differently based on their own individual wearing mask choice. The teacher's differentiation in how she taught the students is in violation of the Board of Ed mask policy and should not be allowed. I wanted to bring this occurrence to your attention as I want Superintendent Jones and the BOE to remind all teachers, staff, and students that discrimination on mask choice is not permissible. On a positive note, I also want to share with you a text I received from my daughter during the school today. Her text read, quote, "The food at GHS is back to normal and super good. The muffins are like 10 times better. We can create our own sandwich with anything on it, breakfast and lunch, new snacks, and it's open all day. I want to thank the GHS administration for bringing a little brightness and joys to the students' day. Having a good, nutritious food at school is vital for the students. It really does make this school day experience that
30
much more
seconds.
enjoyable. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, Frances Nobe.
This time I brought a stool because I remembered I couldn't reach the podium. All right. Hello, this is Frances Nobe, mom of 3 GPS students. For at least the past year, I have used my 3 minutes to remind us why we're here. More importantly, for whom we are here for. We're here for the children, their creativity, their compassion, their character. To help center ourselves in the eyes of a child, let's read selections from 2 books. Both books were written by Valerie Bowling. Valerie Bowling is one of our own, a veteran Greenwich Public School teacher who has taught grades 2, 4, 5, and 8, and is now an instructional coach at Eastern Middle School. The first excerpt is from Let's Dance, which was published in March 2020. The book showcases dances from around the world, from the cuckoo of West Africa to the cha-cha of Cuba to step dancing of Ireland. Dancing is everywhere you go. Tappity tap, fingers snap, turn, twirl, twist, whirl, jiggity jig, zigzag zig, glide and slide side to side, wiggle hips, spin, dip, dip, groovity groove, bust a move, do-si, do, to and fro, cha-cha-cha, ooh, la-la, boogie down to the ground, up on toes, strike a pose, leap high, fly, fly, fly. The second excerpt is from Together We Ride, which just came out Tuesday. The book shares how learning to ride a bike is no easy feat. Experience the fear, anticipation, and delight of achieving this ultimate milestone. Inside, outside, slow, guide, quick stride, slip, slide, tossed aside, hug, cried, tears dried, decide, push goodbye, pump, fly, what pride, run beside, coast, glide, inside, outside, side by side, ride. Thank you to Valerie Bowling and all our Greenwich Public School teachers who are by our side, in stride, with pride. We love you and we thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our community comments. Appreciate everyone coming out. Okay. Next up are our monthly reports. Dr. Jones.
I just have a couple items tonight. First of all, I do want to also say congratulations to all of our student honorees. That was just a fantastic ceremony on Monday. And I also want to just note that Jonathan Sopranowitz organized that, and he had a wonderful email from Dr. Fleischman that it was the best one in 36 years. So thank you for organizing such a great event. We did announce today that we have a new Human Resources Chief Officer. So that is wonderful. Dr. Jonathan Budd will be joining us. Also, just in case anybody missed it, at the Board of Selectmen meeting last Friday, we did have the request in for the Central Building Committee. They approved that unanimously, and they are starting very aggressively to take applications. Will be already have their interview dates set over 2 different days so that we can make it to the June RTM meeting so that the building committee can get started this summer. So very grateful to the First Selectman for moving aggressively on that. We also do have a new website update, and I thought this would be of interest, especially for PTA. There were some links and things they've been asking us to look at. It has a fresh new look. They've been working on it for really 2 years. And so to Mike Antonaccio, to Jonathan, everyone that's worked on that from the communication side, and we'll continue to make enhancements there. Also, of course, to our distinguished teachers, I want to say congratulations. I can't wait to hear what people will have to say about them and the wonderful stories, I'm sure. And just last but not least, I think thank you very much to the committee for the distinguished teachers. It's a lot of work that goes into really organizing that, and it's hard to make those selections. So thank you to everyone that worked on that. That's all.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna look to you guys. Who wants to? Okay, yes. Oh, first, Cody, did you want? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kittle.
I was going to do the Greenwich Alliance for Education update.
Ahead.
So three things. The Reaching Out Grants Committee is currently meeting with applicants from the schools and the community. And the recommendations for their 2022-2023 grants cycle will be made at the May board meeting. Second, the New Lebanon School Theater Program, which was a recipient of a 2021-2022 grant, has some activity going on. All the students will be visiting the Ridgefield Playhouse to experience, for many, live theater for the first time. It's kind of exciting. Also, Adam's Family will be performed by the 5th graders in June, with invite details to come. Third, the AVID program has a class on good money habits, program for financial literacy that has been pretty exciting. And additionally, they've got at Western Middle School some AVID sponsored college visits and career panels and mentoring events. They're currently looking for mentors. And if you are interested in doing that, send an email to Julie, Julie at greenwichalliance.org. That's all.
Oh, okay, we can go back. That's all right. We're flexible. Go ahead. I know. I thought you had a follow-up question for Cody. Okay.
There are questions for Cody.
That's okay.
We go back and forth.
Okay. No, we can go to you, Michael. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Jones, if you just back to the superintendent report, could you clarify that anecdote we heard? Just could you clarify as far as our policy, as far as our approach to how students are treated, as far as their mask choice, and as far as staff requesting students to wear masks and all of that?
I have no doubt. I know Mr. Mayo is sitting right in front of me that he will be following that up tomorrow because it is concerning. We also acknowledge we still have some people who are very nervous, but we obviously need to have a conversation because that should not be happening from the teacher perspective.
Good question. Ms. Downey.
Okay, great. We're done. Mike, moving on. Okay. Two things. I just wanted to, the budget, I'm going to be calling a meeting of the budget committee just after the RTM vote, just because then we'll have a better picture of what the budget's going to look like for next year. But until that time, I think, so budget committee members, just be forewarned. Part two is that we're the GHS building committee. The process with the state continues to move along, but as we're all seeing, this takes a little bit of time. So we're hoping that we're going to get our meeting to get our documents approved, that the board approved at one of our recent meetings, so that we'll be able to go out to bid. So we are hoping that that will happen in a timely fashion to begin the construction this summer. Obviously, it's running closer, but we're still optimistic. And the building committee is meeting next week to talk about timeline.
I actually have a question about that.
Sure thing.
So do we need to wait until the state? What do we need to? So I'm confused.
We've had
about-
our reimbursement rate approved by the state, but then the next step in the process is the state has to look at and evaluate our construction documents. We cannot go out to bid until we have that meeting with the state to looking at our construction documents. So we are awaiting that meeting before we can go out to bid.
When do we think that meeting will happen?
We're hoping we had hoped we could do it in mid-April. So we, our construction solutions group advocate has been pestering them to try to at least get the meeting on the calendar to get things moving. I actually ran into him by happenstance today, and he said he was going to see if he could really push to get it next week, if at all possible.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Downey. Michael Joseph, did you have anything? Strategic Planning Committee?
Strategic Plan Committee meets next week. So we're still working towards our timeline of having stretch goals for the board in June.
Thank you. Ms. Hirsch? Just going in order.
For once, I do not have any committees to update on.
Down there, Mr. Kelly?
I have a couple of kind of cool things. So let me go over those. We have reached or nearing the end of our Cardinal Stadium project, which is way cool. We are now, as of either yesterday or the day before, we are now totally ADA compliant. The elevator has been inspected by the state inspectors. It is now ready to go. We have the proper parking spots and they're situated where they need to be. We have the ADA elevator. The stadium is almost good to go. We have the team rooms and a couple of the other features of the stadium that still need a few adjustments. When we have those few adjustments will be taking place right away. We will then have the final inspection. When we have the final inspection, then hopefully after that, shortly after that, we will no longer be temporarily C of O. We'll have our permanent C of O. So we're hoping for that very near, hoping for that very soon. I don't know if anyone has been by the stadium lately. We have our giant banners hanging up there. They look really cool. We have the giant cardinal, which you kind of saw that in the newspaper. That was kind of cool as well. That cardinal looks over the field of play, right, Pete? That looks kind of cool out there. All the kids are really excited to play under the giant cardinal. We reached a good point we've been trying to get for years. The DOT, the state, to work with us on that Route 1 in and out. And many people have been talking about that. It's probably like 20 years in the works because it was very complicated when it got dumped in our lap as far as the whole stadium project, the right turn in, right turn out, state property, high school property, Route 1 entry in and out. It was very complicated. We had to call on our state representative to help us out with Hartford. We had to call on our first selectman to do some deals with some former DOT workers. And eventually we got to the table, we negotiated an agreement, and finally we have made the agreement. It's all, I'm told most of it's signed, and we should be receiving the final permit, which will give us the opportunity to finalize that in and out at Cardinal Stadium, which has been sitting in limbo for like 20 something years. So I think we're about to put that one to bed. And one final thing about Cardinal Stadium, but not one final thing about reports, just about Cardinal Stadium. We have the football team has agreed to work together. And if you've been behind Cardinal Stadium, you'll see there's a state property right up by Route 1 and down that it runs down and it runs to our property where there's a fence put up. And there's a bunch of fallen trees and leaves and stuff, and it hasn't been taken care of for a very long time. The football team has agreed. The parents committee, the captain's parents committee, have agreed to organize that and get the football players and the parents. They've got vendors or people from around the town to bring trucks there and clean it out under state permission. They're going to give us a one-day permission. Our state representative has arranged that, and we'll get the one-day opportunity to clean all that stuff out. And our first selectman has allowed us all the dump fees to be waived, so we can bring everything to the dump, take care of that, and clean that up. So that's the football team saying thank you to the Board of Ed for constructing their stadium. And the next project is the road project. We're almost ready to submit for municipal improvement. We need money to continue the project. We don't have any money allocated to this project. In order to get this project complete or even moved along, we need an interim, or we need to plan sometime in the future. My concern, once again, and I tried to bring that to everyone's attention in the past, is that this Route 1 project, the bridge project, which is going to take place in 2023, is going to create a giant nightmare of traffic. This road, if we're able to get in place, and there's still a window of opportunity to do that, if we can get that in place, we can alleviate some of the stress that will be created by that bridge project. That is all I'm going to speak about the road, and I'll continue to make that request every meeting going forward as long as I'm serving on the Board of Education. And what I've done in line with this is that I've worked with or met with the bicycle task force Now, there's some discussions. One part is not necessarily related to the road, but another part is. What they'd like to do is for us to work on a survey to the various schools about how important and how used it would be if we can create safe paths for our kids to drive their bikes to school, saving energy, maybe saving time and traffic. So they'd like to know if it's important to the students. So they'd like us to create or add to one of our surveys to find out about that. A second thing, I'm working with Bob D'Angelo, who's a big bike advocate. Everyone knows Bob from the Boys and Girls Club and the local and the Greenwich YMCA. We're talking about creating a space during that Route 1 project where we could safely park bikes, a separate drop-off area, so kids can be dropped off, those bikes can be stored. While there's this gridlock of traffic, we somehow create a safe path from those drop-off points where they could take these bicycles and take them to Greenwich High School, park them at Greenwich High School, and we're responsible for making sure they're safe. So we're talking about a project like that could somehow alleviate this nightmare of traffic that's coming up in the very near future, which we have to, and I keep, we'll be reminding everyone, we have to address this because we can't just ignore that it's about to happen. It's going to be a nightmare. So we're going to, so I suggest we do that, and we're working with the Bike Task Force on that. Next topic, the Energy Management Advisory Committee. We have some really cool news. Somebody mentioned before, is Julie still here? Well, Julie will be happy about hearing this. She said that we're certainly use a lot of electricity. Well, you know what? We do. I've been working with Sean O'Keefe. Mostly Sean O'Keefe has worked on this virtual net metering project. Virtual net metering is basically taking our energy consumption, our electricity consumption that we have for the high school, and taking that and then working with a company with the subsidies we have statewide and national, taking those subsidies, working with a solar developer to get land where it's not so densely populated and have that solar array, that solar system create the same amount of electricity which we consume. We would have that built, that solar company would then benefit from the sale of that electricity into the grid. We would benefit from that by saving 25% of our electricity bill. More importantly, to many, and I know to me, is we'd be erasing or replacing our footprint with our electricity consumption footprint with renewable energy, which I think is a very important move. If we could take all the electricity we use, which is a heck of a lot of it, and then create it in a renewable way, that's certainly a positive move, carbon-free renewable way. So we're excited about that. I have to give most of the credit to Sean O'Keefe, who's diligently working on this project. I've worked with the EMAC, the Energy Management Advisory Committee, who has made sure that we're getting what we're entitled to with the various grants that the state and the federal government are working with to make this happen. This is a very helpful move as far as cost benefit. On the cost benefit side of things, one of the things we've discussed and we're concerned about, but I'd like to create incentive for further projects, which would be in this category, is we were concerned that when we told the BET that we were going to save 25% of our electricity, of the electricity cost, then the concern was that that's going to be removed from the budget. So where's the incentive for us to save electricity other than the fact that we'd be good citizens in doing so? So basically what we have to do is not have to have a discussion where we're just having it taken out of our budget for all the effort we put in. We have to create some relationship with the BET and the town to say, hey, listen, we could do all these good saving things that could go on for perpetuity, but we have to somehow be able to benefit from doing it as well. So if we can figure out a way of benefiting from doing these great things with the town and the BET in particular in this case, then we'll have the incentive to do these things. It was really strange when we talked about that we'd be able to accomplish this, that we were told, well, maybe we can't say anything about it because we just have that money taken out of our budget. So we have to figure out a way of incentivizing us to continue these sort of things. That's the end of that topic. Waterfall project, Parks and Rec listened to us some. I don't know if you've driven by the waterfall recently at the front of the high school. They've taken down some of that debris that has blocked that wonderful waterfall. Ashley Cole is continuing to work on arranging a cleanup day where we can clean up the leaves and all the junk that's in front of there. And Sandbridge Nursery have donated a design for one day, maybe we could possibly put some sort of design of some plantings or things around that area. So they've donated that service to us. One final thing is, I guess the topic, well, not, I guess we're definitely going to be talking as I sit in the Parks and Rec. I am the Parks and Rec liaison. The natives were a bit restless when it came to Western Middle School. So I'm glad that was put on the agenda. They were talking about raising all sorts of hell up in Hartford. I said, well, let's get an update and find out where we stand, then decide what we're going to go from there. That is all. Thank you very much.
Wow, Joe. I don't think you need any more jobs. Okay. Now let's get into the meeting. So Western Middle School soil update, Dr. Jones.
Yes, thank you very much. Online tonight, Ryan Woolstrom, who is our project manager for this, is going to walk us through kind of a timeline PowerPoint. We also have Jane Warren with us tonight online, and she is the one that has managed a lot of the land aspects from the legal side. And the great thing from Jane's perspective, I think that will be helpful to hear from her, is that she also is the same person who oversees the high school soil remediation. So she's been with us for a while and definitely understands the process in Greenwich from both different projects. So Ryan, I think at this point, I'll turn it over to you and Jane.
Sure. Let me just start by saying I know I listened to the last presentation. I know there's a lot of angst about the whole remediation process of the Western Middle School field. Just to give you a little background, I've been doing environmental work for about 35 years now. I've worked with the town of Greenwich for probably 25 years on various projects. I've been involved in the high school remediation since it started in 2011. That project is 11 years in the works, and we have several more years to go, as those of you know who follow what's going on over there. Remediation is incredibly frustrating. Sometimes I feel more like a therapist than a lawyer. It takes a long time. It's very difficult to deal with things under the ground that you don't know how deep they go, how far they've spread. The middle school has some challenges that the high school doesn't, in terms of having the transfer station next door and a commercial bakery on another side, and historic fill that doesn't necessarily end at property lines. So we've had the benefit at the middle school. I know it seems like it's been eons. It has been eons that the field hasn't been opened, and incredibly frustrating for all the families and students that attend the school. But it takes an inordinate amount of time. We have good relationships with the regulators. They're not always speedy. They're not. This isn't the only project. Greenwich isn't the only town that has issues, and not only towns, but private businesses. They're incredibly stretched thin, and I'm not defending them. I've been frustrated many times beyond frustration, but we have a very good rapport with them. These projects involve not only the state, but the federal government. And they involve PCBs, which are regulated by both the state and the EPA. And we've had to deal with the Department of Health over the years. So the benefit of having the high school go first is it did cause us some delays over the years, because we didn't want to propose things that were going to get bounced at the high school and spend an awful lot of time and money chasing down the rabbit hole for something that ultimately wasn't going to be approved. And the high school started sooner than the middle school did, 5 years sooner. So we could afford to learn from what the regulators were not going to accept there. So I just wanted to give that sort of overview. I'm always happy to rattle cages, and have over the years when needed, but we have to work with these folks long term. And so, we have to be delicate in the way we handle them, while expecting them to be doing their jobs and issuing approvals that we need. And I think I'm going to let Ryan walk through, he has prepared a PowerPoint for you that's going to show you the progress that's been made, where we stand now, and what the timeline is for future activities. And then we can answer any questions that you have and get into a further discussion. So Ryan, why don't you share your screen and go through, start at the beginning.
Thanks, Jane. Good evening, everyone. As Jane and Tony mentioned, my name is Ryan Wohlstrom. I'm an environmental engineer working with Langen, and I've been working on the Western Middle School project since it started in 2016. And the primary focus of my slides in this presentation is to provide for a chronology of events for Western Middle School and give an update. I'll reiterate a couple things that Jane just mentioned. But before jumping right into that, some additional context and some things to keep in mind as I walk through the timeline of assessment activities. First, Jane provided a good overview of comparison of high school to the middle school. But it's important to note that, yeah, we started in 2016 compared to high school that started in 2011. Now, the high school and middle school are a bit different, but there are some significant similarities from the two projects from the perspective of, both fields or schools were constructed using an import of contaminated fill material. And the remedies proposed by the high school and to be proposed by the Western Middle School are based around protective measures to reduce exposure rather than removing everything from the site. So it's important to note these type of risk-based remedies require much more thought on behalf of the state and the EPA, which for both projects has translated into requests for information before they render a decision, which results into a lengthy back and forth process. These type of projects take longer than others because prior to the high school's approved remedy for part of their fields, there has been no precedent in Connecticut for leaving PCBs in place at a school project above 1 parts per million. That's the state residential standard. So that's one thing to keep in mind, or two things. The third bullet here on the slide is with respect to the heterogeneity of the site impacts. It's basically a long word for something that's non-uniform, random, or unpredictable. Early on in this project, it was the non-uniform nature of the site impacts that at times led us to believe or led us to draw somewhat misleading conclusions about the nature and extent of contamination. You'll see in the upcoming slides that we've collected hundreds of samples at Western Middle School, and roughly half of them samples have come back clean. So while this was initially considered favorable news for the site, we have since established that these clean results were simply the result of the non-uniform nature of the fill material. So in most of these areas where we've resulted in clean samples, you can take another test bit or boring 5 feet away and have some pretty high levels of contamination. So there is very little correlation of impacts from one area to another, not like a tank spill or a drum spill where you have a source of impacts in the center and it's predictable. The concentration disperses as you move away from the source. That's not what we're talking about for Western Middle School. And the last bullet, or the last point I have in this slide is, or not the last, the iterative evaluation process. As I go through the project timeline, you'll see that we've completed a number of investigations. And it's an exhaustively iterative process. I know we've talked about this in a number of different presentations, but it's important to keep in mind that each assessment phase involves a number of steps, including work plan preparation, regulatory review of that work plan, the assessment itself, lab analysis, report preparation, meetings with regulators to discuss those results and to strategize next steps. So it's important to keep in mind that each one of the assessments that we've done is based on the prior results and involves this iterative process. And lastly, as Jane mentioned, that coordinating with multiple agencies, including some interdepartmental agencies at DEP, can be time consuming. However, it's by no means unwarranted given the complexity of the job and the particular nature of the site impacts. So I'll jump into the timeline now. There's been a lot of work done to date, so bear with me as I try to run through this. I'll attempt to be as succinct as I can in respect for everyone's time. So starting in June 2016, New Lebanon was considering a swing space for their students during construction of their new school, and that's when the project started. Langen was asked to assess the condition of the soils in the areas that were going to be used for the swing space, and that's when we first found some impacts. And the first signs of impacts were pretty minimal. Some minor arsenic exceedances and PCB detections. So PCBs weren't detected above standards, but we detected them in the soil. At this point, we consulted along with Greenwich Public Schools with Department of Public Health, and the project got kicked off. It was after a consultation with DPH in August 2016, where we collected another 30 superficial samples across the athletic fields. And this is when we closed down the fields. We found some elevated levels of arsenic, lead, and PCBs at the surface. I'll toggle back and forth a few of these slides so you guys see the additional borings that were advanced. So starting September 2016, several rounds of delineation were conducted. And it was during this delineation where we first triggered TSCA or USEP involvement when we found PCBs of 50, in excess of 50 parts per million, which triggered us to get EPA involved in addition to DEP and DPH. December 2016, additional PCB soil sampling was conducted in this area. I'll toggle back and forth so you see the areas that we're assessing. It's down here. We call it the recreational area. The town and school wanted to keep that area open, so we confirmed that those PCBs and that impactful deleterious fill material was not present down there. So that was good news. So that area remained open. In January 2017, we submitted a SEH, or Significant Environmental Hazard Notification, to the state. And in March 2017, we held our first really big meeting with DEP and EPA to discuss the results of the sampling to date. And we discussed the need to do additional sampling. So a sampling work plan was submitted to EPA and DEP in June 2017. And I'll toggle back and forth so I see the additional borings that we did. But starting in June 2017, we conducted a significant further assessment of the fields. And it was in the upper foot. So we collected samples at the surface and at 1 foot blade grade surface. And you see the red is areas where we find PCB impacts. And the green is generally where we find PCBs below 1 or below the residential standard. August to November 2017, we'll toggle back and forth again. Multiple rounds of delineation sampling was conducted, and we really weren't achieving endpoints in multiple areas. So starting December 2017 through the early parts of 2018, Langen did a preliminary remedial alternatives analysis as requested by the regulators. And starting in March, we held multiple additional meetings with the regulators, DEP and EPA, to review the alternatives analysis and to discuss an approach moving forward for further assessment. Starting in May, the investigation work plan was submitted to DEP and EP for review. We got comments from DEP in June 2018, comments from EPA in July, and then the investigation work plan was submitted in August 2018. So this is part of the iterative review process that's involved with each assessment. Starting in September, I'll toggle back and forth so you can see the additional sampling we've done to the southwest, the southeast, northeast, and northwest of these what we thought were hotspots. We evaluated the extensive impacted soils, and we did find that while concentrations decreased as we moved away from the fields, we're still seeing these impacts along the borders of the fields. We also further assessed the composition of fill material beneath multiple areas in the field, indicated by these black dotted lines. And unfortunately, we found that the fill material was prevalent in most areas, not necessarily at the surface, but at depth, ranging from 1 to 10 feet below grade surface. And we also evaluated the groundwater. Groundwater was good news since the site's been subject to infiltration since the 50s when the school was built, and groundwater concentrations are low. We feel confident that remedial action for groundwater is not going to be needed here. That's been supported by more recent sampling. So February 2019, the investigation report was submitted to DEP and EPA, and the results indicate, unfortunately, that we're now under the impression that ultimately the remedy for the site will need to address impacts across the site and not just in select hotspot areas. Starting in March, meetings held with DEP, and we discussed with the regulators the potential mechanisms to remediate the site. And it was at this meeting where DEP requested more details on the different remedial alternatives analysis being considered. And those details were submitted to them in April 2019. May 2019, this is when there was a little bit of a lull, but it was a deliberate lull. We decided to wait, as Jane indicated, for some feedback and input to happen with the Greenwich High School project. They were a little bit ahead of us, and getting their feedback or getting the regulators' feedback was important and would have been a helpful guide, or was a helpful guide for us to continue with remediation planning. Jumping to October 2019, finally, the Greenwich High School projects learns that DEP and EPA are supportive of a risk-based remediation scenario where not all impacts are removed. And we're still waiting for more feedback before we do any additional sampling as of October 2019. In February 2020, this is when the Western Middle School project elected to enter the voluntary remediation program. And this was a decision really determined and bolstered by the progress and successes of the high school project, February 2020. April 2020, ECAF, Environmental Condition Assessment Form, was submitted to the state in conjunction with entrance to the VRP, the Voluntary Remediation Program, and we got confirmed enrollment into the VRP in June 2020. July 2020, a virtual meeting was held with the entire project team where they requested once again additional sampling. The intent of this round of sampling was to confirm that the impacted fill material was not used during constructions of the buildings themselves, and they also requested additional groundwater sampling. So a supplemental meeting was held to discuss the investigation scope, and we also discussed with a potential approach what to do about the borders of the fields along the sloped edges to the north, northeast, southeast. I'll toggle back and forth so you can see the new borings that were added, but essentially what we did was a series of borings along the eastern edge of the building, and those results were favorable. We did not find either visual evidence of fill in those borings to the east of the building, and the lab results were also did not identify any contaminants above state standards. And we also did or advanced and installed 3 more groundwater monitoring wells. And once again, those groundwater results were favorable, did not show that we need to do any remedial action for groundwater. That's September 2020. In December, the investigation results were shared with the DEP and EPA, and then at this point, Lane was asked to do more calculations, specifically mass removal calculations for each of the alternatives, and to generate figures and details for each of them. Those details were submitted to the regulators in February 2021. In April and May, multiple virtual meetings were held with the full project team, where we discussed the approach for how to handle the signs of impacts along the borders of the fields. And we discussed what we're going to do to assess and remediate. So a proposed investigation work plan was submitted to the regulators in May 2021. June 2021, we commenced with the design and permitting of the fields themselves, including the site layout, grading, drainage, athletic field design, and regulatory permitting, wetlands permitting, and so forth, zoning. August 2021, so we're getting pretty close. I'll toggle back and forth so I see the new borings and test bits. This investigation included let me check my notes. August 2021, 32 delineation soil borings. You can see as they pop up along the edges. Unfortunately, most of the samples that we collected along the slope of the fields also contained impacts. And we also assessed during this investigation the composition of this mound. If you guys know Western Middle School, there's a big mound out here that we thought was a bedrock outcropping, and it is. And the intent is to level this off and flatten it during the ultimate remediation for the project. We'll flatten this out and make it part of the fields, so you don't have this big mound here. In October, we had another virtual meeting with the regulators to talk about this data and the need for additional potential off-site sampling, meaning sampling off the actual town parcel. Unfortunately, the consensus was reached that the school needs to be the priority. This is November and December 2021. DEP acknowledged that this is important to get these fields open, so any potential further investigation and or remediation of off-site areas can come at a later date. So that was good news. And then January 2022, so this is a couple months ago, we submitted a supplemental investigation work plan for approval. Also in January, we submitted the engineering control variance request to DEP, which is essentially the document needed to have the state approve a remedy that's not prescriptive to the RSRs. And from February to March, we performed the additional investigation. So I'll toggle back and forth. So I see the new borings. And this round actually was pretty favorable. You can see the green dots along the edges of the fields. Most of these samples actually came back clean. So we're pretty close to the point where we think the DEP and EPA will acknowledge that we feel confident that we have the edges of the fields, at least within our property boundary, defined, and we can in the near future move forward with RAP preparation. We also did additional groundwater sampling and soil vapor sampling near the buildings to assess the vapor migration pathway. And those results were once again favorable. Nothing was identified in soil vapor or groundwater above state standards. So April 2022 is now, too many. So last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, we submitted that report to EPA and DEP, and the engineering control variance request is still in their hands for review. So we're actively working on the project, and I know it's been a while, but we're really close to the finish line, guys. It's tough to really commit to you guys right now with a timeline for remediation, but we'll feel pretty confident that we're pretty close. We need to get comment and have the regulators weigh in on our most recent sampling event, but we're getting there. So happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Okay, let's let everyone come back over here. Thank you. I'm just I see your hand, Laura. Can I just start for a second? Just with sadly the oldest member of the board here, not by age, just by time, just to make that clear. There's obviously a lot of frustration, and I'm going to just try to take a step back here. I'm looking at the principals staring at me, right? And the PTA members and parents, and of course these kids. And so please know that this isn't any animosity towards you, but we are getting more and more frustration within the community because it's a lot of sampling, right? And it seems that, and it's not obviously you're just responding to the state, but the history is helpful, Jane, because a lot of what we've been hearing is the high school is moving so much faster. Well, I guess it's not. What concerns me is that if I'm doing the math, that would suggest you had 10 years from when MISA started to when we started to clean up the high school. So then that means we're starting this project in 2026. If you were to look at the same way that everything went with the state last time. So first I'm going to have you address that, but before I have one more question, and then I'll let everyone else answer the question, open the floor. I pulled, we've done these presentations a lot, and I pulled the presentation we did, I think it was right before we went into COVID, and you gave all these different remediation alternatives. There was a chart. And I'm sorry, I should have brought it electronically, but there were 7 alternatives we talked about. And you recommended 5, number 5 at the time. And I think it was a choice a little bit for recognizing that the money aspect, but there was also the fact that we thought it was the best thing for the community, and then it would be not as sort of difficult with the surrounding area. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Is that just like out the window? Are we still talking about these things? Should we, because this had some real meat to it. It had a real analysis. We were able to make some choices. And then I felt like we were almost there. And, now it's more than 2 years later. So if you could kind of explain to us what happened since this report, because I remember that saying, just hang on, guys, don't go to Hartford, don't worry about it. We got it. It's about to happen. And, COVID, fine, but there were a lot of meetings that happened during COVID. So
Yeah.
if you could address that, that'd be
Sure,
great.
let me start and then Ryan can fill in. It won't be 2026 before we start our remedial activities at the site, because part of the delay that we've already experienced was waiting to see how the regulators would deal with leaving PCBs in a school field. And as Ryan said, it hadn't been done before. And so we spent a lot of time and did a lot of health studies and risk studies at the high school to get them comfortable, both federal and state agencies, with the fact that with impermeable caps, we could make the field safe for use. So we have the benefit of that now at the middle school. Where Ryan left off in the slides is in April, is they have now the last, what we hope is the last bit of investigation. And I hope from this, you have learned that Langen isn't out there saying, geez, I have nothing to do next week. Let me go take some more samples. This is all being driven by the regulators, who have the responsibility to make the environment safe for the residents. So, we present a plan and they want more. And so we negotiate and we do what we can, like we did with offsite. We said, we got to stop. We can't do anymore. We're just focusing on the fields now in December, and they backed off of that. So what's happening next, the next big package that's going to go in is the remedial action plan. The remedial action plan, Ryan referred to it as a RAP. That gets in. We've already done the remedial alternatives plan. We're going to put with those 6 or 7. I think we had 12, then we had 8, then we had 7, then we had 6 different options. Those have been narrowed down as we've learned more about the site, and we're going to present our remedial action proposal to the state. Our expectation is that, and I wasn't at that board meeting a couple of years ago that you had, so I don't know what was said in terms of timing, but I think that we are we are hopefully months away from getting their final approval on the remedial action plan, because Ryan has it ready to go. It's ready to be submitted, and we have to get their feedback on this latest round of sampling. And once we do, we can submit that RAP, that remedial action plan, and begin to move forward. And we also have the ability at the middle school, which we didn't have at the high school, because hopefully we can get access through the bakery property, so we don't have to be going through school parking lots and bus parking lots and whatnot. We can access the field through the bakery, so we can be doing remediation differently than we did at the high school, which was really compressed over basically 8 weeks. Wait till the kids are out, fast track your your mobilization, your remediation, then have to demobilize and get out before the kids come back to school. You won't have that issue here. So once we get going, it'll be a lot quicker. Ryan, did you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, to one element of what you brought up is, the alternatives analysis that we presented. I think it was January 2020. Things have changed based on supplemental sampling that was done after the fact, and it was really confirming that the extent of the impact did not stop at the edge of the athletic fields, which is not entirely surprising given that this whole area is on a kind of an elevated plateau. The fills present wherever there's really higher elevation soils. So that additional sampling that we've been doing the last 2 years would have been required regardless of the remedial alternatives suggested for implementation during that meeting. Yeah, I think there were 6 or 7, with the most robust alternative being complete removal, or maybe a 4-foot cut going down to a 1-foot cut. So it's important to know that regardless of the depth of the excavation, which is really the changing condition between each alternative, it was really the lateral extent of contamination that we've been working on along with groundwater and soil vapor sampling with the regulators over the last couple of years. Happy to elaborate if I didn't answer your question.
I might come back, but others have questions. So sorry, Ms. Costin, then I'll go to you, Joe. Go ahead, Laura.
So you've mentioned the RAP, the Remedial Action Plan, that's ready to go, but can you tell us what it entails? I mean, I'm thinking to what is being done at the high school now with gravel and the impenetrable layer, and then, you know, and yes, leaving some contaminants behind, but in a way that doesn't present a 0% risk, because you've used the term risk-based remediation, but it, you know, how much risk are we eliminating? How much are we not eliminating? And these are some nebulous terms that don't necessarily roll off the tongue for, you know, lay people who are not in the remediation business. So you know, can you give us some clarity on the plan that you keep referring to, and how long, given the green light, it will take? Because this poor, you know, these poor kids have not had access to a field, and it is a significant portion of the curriculum is PE for young children. So we, you know, we do sort of need to know what we're looking at in terms of a plan and a timeline, and how quickly it can get done once we're given that green light.
Sure. So first, you know, regarding the risk-based strategy, so whatever option that was being considered over the last several years, each one of those options include for or provide for a similar reduction in toxicity and risk, meaning that whichever solution is approved by the DEP is going to be safe for the students. Essentially, the approved remedy will involve some impacts to be left in place, but these impacts are being left in place below 2 feet below grade surface. So between the impacts, you're going to have a thick layer of drainage stone, shock pad, and the artificial turf and/or grass, depending on where you are on the site. So there's going to be a protective barrier between any underlying impacts and the affected public using the fields. Each will also include the implementation of land use restrictions, meaning no further work on the site can take place without involving EPA or DEP or a consultant like myself, where you have to follow material management plans in order to lift the restrictions to do any kind of work on the site. And there's also long-term and permanent CAP inspection and maintenance programs to be implemented as part of that RAP. And that's what really the RAP does. It provides for details of what's going to happen for the remedy, which in a brief nutshell, what this site is looking like it's going to be is going to be a 2-foot cut across the entire site with chasing of impacts of PCBs above 10 parts per million. So almost regardless of depth, we're going to be chasing the more severe impacts. So 10 parts per million, the residential is 1. So if it's at 10 feet below grade surface, we're going to be chasing it up to 10 parts per million. And the RAP's going to document the verification sampling during excavations. We're going to be taking samples. When we get to the bottom of an excavation where we expect we're at the end, we're going to collect confirmation samples to confirm that, both laterally and vertically. And the RAP's going to detail the maintenance and monitoring required for the engineered cap, the surface of the material, the surface of the fields. Hope that answers your questions.
But how long?
If we're optimistically assuming that the 2-foot cut plus chasing 10 parts per million across the site, construction days, again, this is based on consultant estimates, still got to go to bid, have really the experts in the construction field to provide input on timing. We're estimating about 100 days. As Jane indicated, we have the ability to use the access to the rear of the site and the egress. We'll have to do some maybe more engineering to make sure it's roads more feasible for triaxle trucks. But we're hopeful that we don't need to be limited to summer work for Western Middle School.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Joe, and then Karen.
Thank you. This is for only Ryan. Ryan, this is Joe Kelly. Do you remember me?
I do, Joe. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good.
We've been obviously talking for 2.5 years. When I do hear you talk and you come out and talk to us, it's basically a bunch of words and things I really don't understand. And it's happening again. So what, and that's not to any fault of you at all. That's sort of what you do. It's not what I do. So I would like you to help me and humor me through this process. I'm a businessman and I approach things in a business manner. In the last couple of years, I had the lovely opportunity of understanding how you do a public project as opposed to a private project. Now, you approach a private project very, very differently than you do a public project. So you're going to, and this is very, very extremely important, Brian. You cannot get offended about anything I'm about to tell you because it's more or less a hypothetical in a way, or maybe an exercise that I could use to talk to the general public about what's going on with Western Middle School fields. Can I have your word that you will not get offended?
I'll do my best. Go ahead.
No, I need your word.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Help me explain this. I have a couple questions quickly. Do you have any kids in Western Middle School?
No, I do not.
Are you a volunteer doing this work you're doing right now?
Am I volunteering doing this work? No, we're getting paid.
So you are getting paid to do this.
Yes.
The longer this lasts, the more you get paid.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the incentive for you guys to finish this thing in a quick period of time? Why not? Oh, we have a really big customer here who has endless money, that if we drag this out, and once again, this is a hypothetical. I'm not accusing this. I just need you to humor me because I need to explain this to the people in Greenwich. Why? And there seems to be no end to this process. You are not really given any incentive to finish this. I can't find one business-wise. You don't have any kids in the school. You're not a volunteer. You're getting paid. So every year this goes longer, you continue to get paid. We're a client that pays up and we pay on time. And there's nobody really checking. Not only that, but we're also told that that we can't tell our elected officials, our delegation to Hartford, we can't tell them or have them advocate for this to move along quickly. We're told not to do that. So tell me, how do I, and I'm not accusing you, Ryan. What I'm doing is trying to help me to explain to the citizens of Greenwich that see this process going on and on, what are we doing to motivate you to fulfill this project, to make it a similar to what would a private project be, not a public project that just keeps moving along, moving along. How do I explain this? Just help me. And there's no accusations here, and you promised me you would not get offended.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I would say generally speaking, as a firm, there's not really a difference in how we handle remediation projects, whether or not they're municipality based or privately based or funded, I should say. Our incentive is, reputation. It's, maintaining our relationships with Greenwich, also with the regulators at EPA and DEP. One of the primary purposes of this slideshow was to really show that we are not sitting on our hands. We are actively moving on this project. It is certainly and admittedly slow sometimes to navigate a complex project like this one with multiple regulatory agencies. However, from comparison purposes, again, the high school, we're 6 years in compared to 11 years in, and we're getting pretty close. So yeah, it's a really difficult question to answer about the incentive, given we're not volunteering or have students in the Western Middle School on the fields. But I sympathize, and all I can ask you to trust me. And it's like, we're certainly not gouging you guys for money. We're doing the best we can.
Gordon, are you a little bit suspicious of an answer like that? Good. That's important to me because I need to explain to people like yourself and other people. So basically what you're saying is trust us. I've known you for 2.5 years. You seem a nice fellow. You seem pretty smart. So basically we're in that position. If you could give us, once again, I concluded my comments to you last time. If there's anything I could do to move this along, any way I can create incentive for you to get this process moved along more quickly, please call me. I will give you my phone number directly. I think I gave it to you last time as well, but I'll give it to you again directly after this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for humoring me.
Joe, you directed your comments at Ryan. Can I just?
Only if you promise that you are not offended.
Go ahead, Jane. Okay, well, while we're waiting, Ms. Kowalski?
So do we still have Ryan's still online, right?
Yes, you guys can hear me.
Okay. So I just want to understand the next steps and timeline going forward. Which is we're close to being able to submit the remediation plan. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, where we are right now is the summary report. The most recent sampling event was documented in a report submitted to the regulators, I think it was 2 weeks ago yesterday, and it's in their purview for review, both EPA and DEP. The last round of results were favorable, meaning much better than the last round, where we're getting to the end and kind of the toe of the slope surrounding the athletic fields, and most of our samples were below state standards. So as soon as we get that feedback from the regulators, we will issue the remediation action plan. That plan will be in draft form until public comment is had with respect to the proposed remedy, and we receive comments on the engineering control variance request. But those are the next steps: comments on our most recent plans, issuance of the RAP. Now,
Sorry, so let me just interject. So once we get approval from the regulators regarding the remediation action plan, that would come back to the board to review and provide comment to decide, based upon the approvals, what is the best plan to go forward?
yeah, the proposed remedial plan would be provided to the community and discussed in a public forum and to the general public, so the public can provide comments to the town and to the reviewing agencies, which is DEP and EPA.
Sorry, all. I'm back. I lost my internet connection for a minute. I apologize. I don't know what happened. Apologies.
Sure. So I was asking questions of Ryan, but I think why don't you go ahead and jump in and address the comments that you wanted to make in regards to Joe's questions.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
my laptops keep saying I have no internet connection, so hopefully my cell phone holds out. I was just going to say that, any one of us could be terminated tomorrow, and not only do we enjoy a reputation with the town, but every resident in the town and every business person in the town can certainly talk about what the job we're doing to every other friend and potential client we have. So we are not in this to gouge the town, to make money off of the town. We are professionals that have a job to do. And I believe that Langen is doing the best job that they can under very difficult circumstances. And we have a lot of regulators that are throwing things at us constantly. And the just having managed large remediation projects for 35 years, we're not saying that we're perfect, and that somebody in the town couldn't say to the whomever, the governor, can you give us some attention? We are getting the attention that we need. We don't get day turnaround, nobody does, but they're not ignoring us, and it just takes a long time to figure out how significant the problem is. They're not going to approve a remedial plan until the regulators are comfortable that the site has been thoroughly investigated and that it's safe. And so, we could have started with 1 million borings and spent, $10 million. We started small and do more as the regulators ask for it. So we're not starting big and saying, let's, come up with the most expensive remedial plan that proposes digging up the whole site. It started at a conservative measure, an affordable measure, and then it gets bigger as the regulators ask for more information. And I hope that Ryan's presentation tonight helped you. When you get pressured by people, share these slides, share this presentation with them.
On that point, I don't think we have the presentation. So if we can get that, because I think it would be helpful for the board as well as the community members to be able to refer back to it.
Yes, I agree. At the high school, we post everything on the website that we have for the high school remediation. I don't know what's done here for communication.
We will, that same thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, there's a separate part on the website in addition to the board docs, so.
We should add that then
Definitely.
so that people can readily access it. And it should be updated accordingly as well. So we
Yeah.
can-
Definitely. Okay, sorry, Karen Hirsch.
Hi, I feel like we're in a time warp here. And I'm a big fan of history, but I really focus now on looking ahead to the future. As our students have really been negatively impacted by the closure of these fields now for 6 years. And I know that's really hard to swallow for many who have students, including mine, who've spent their full 3 years at Western never having touched their home turf. That negatively impacts them educationally. We have programs that we use out on those fields, and it's a point of pride. You can't take pride away from the Western Wildcats though, because West Side, best side, and all. But I feel like 2 years ago, we voted to join to voluntarily join the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's voluntary remediation program. I'm simply curious to see what sort of has specifically changed from 2 years ago when we voted and approved of a plan. Lang and I know you guys have worked with many other districts and have other projects in the state, but have you ever had another one that has had continued sampling like this for over 6 years?
Ryan, do you want to answer or do you want me to?
It's an incredibly unique project. 6 years of assessment is not normal. Most of our projects are point source projects. You're dealing with industrial sites that had a leaking clarifier, underground storage tanks, and you're not dealing with the heterogeneity that I discussed earlier, where it's not predictable. What's changed really in the last 2 years is the expected lateral extent contamination, and really battling with the regulators to what to do about the edges of the fields as we approach the property line. Most of the delineation laterally had not been conducted in June, or when we entered the vote, maybe it was January 2020. Most of that work's been done in the last year, which has been the biggest change since the last time we presented.
Okay, because I distinctly remember 2 years ago when we voted to do this, we were told that it would take a little longer at that point simply because we wanted to get the approvals for the high school. And once we had that, this was going to be, moving forward. And I'm not blaming you. I know that this is, I have volunteered for close to 6 years to go up and sit on someone's desk up at the state, if that would do anything. It's really, really, as our Chairman Stowe had mentioned, very frustrating. So I know that you mentioned once we have another plan put forward for approval, you're going to have public input on the remediation plan. And I'm just, again, curious as to what changed, because I thought we'd have really put together a remediation plan. I could have sworn that's what we voted on 2 years ago. But I could be wrong about, grass and turf and all sorts of other, how we were going to lay out the field. Was that not the plan that we're submitting? Has there been change?
Yeah, the vote that took place 2 years ago was to decide on the ultimate cap, the surface cover for the fields, whether that was going to be grass or an artificial turf or field that ultimately gets selected. So that's what the vote was for, which was helpful because that information was needed to have these conversations with the regulators. And incorporating an artificial turf field compared to a grass one does make the regulators feel more comfortable because it's much less likely to be disturbed compared to grass.
Okay, so my last question, so I know we went through all the ups and downs of how this would negatively impact the students while this was being done, how we would keep them safe while we were removing soil. So we've gone through all of those discussions. At this point, I just want to know realistically when you think that we might hear back, because I keep hearing, it's going to be soon. And I feel like I've been hearing that for a really long time. And I have to be honest, I'm picking my son up from college from his freshman year tomorrow. I'm flying out early in the morning, and he spent 3 years at that school and has spent maybe 6 months where he was allowed to be on that field. I had a daughter that's gone through that school, has never touched the field, and she's working her way through high school already. And there's kids coming through that. It's just devastating to me to know that this is continued. And I really don't want to keep hearing it's soon. So if you have any really, how much more do you think and what we can do, like Joe said, to get this pushed forward? It's very frustrating for all of us, I think, and including you guys as well. But, what are your estimates?
Yeah, I mean, first, it's important to note that, we have heard back. It's like that, not like we haven't spoke to the regulators in 2 years. We've had many, many meetings with them. It's just the iterative process of additional analysis. We've performed maybe 125 supplemental borings since the last time we met. So it's not like we're not hearing back. It's every step, and we follow the data. Every investigation phase is dictated and based upon the previous investigation phase. So if we find more impacts, we have to continue to chase them. But each one of those steps involves coordination, work plan approvals, and meetings with the regulators. Regarding an estimated start date for remediation, I mean, there's, while we do feel confident that, assessment is pretty close to the end, there are things that need to happen. We need to get the regulators to buy in that we are done with the investigation phase. And I really think that this most recent round of sampling, got us pretty close to the finish line. I can't commit to you right now that, we are done with delineation. There's always a chance they ask for a little bit more, but every time we do more, we're closer to that finish line. So I think we're pretty close, maybe the 2-3 yard line from really getting the RAP submitted and starting the formal onboarding process of getting contractors to bid. Whether or not we can start this year depends on some things that are out of our control, which the big thing is regulatory agency review. But if we're not required to start during the summer, I'd say it's possible maybe towards the end of the year we can get rolling. But that's maybe a little bit optimistic. Maybe towards the beginning of the following year, if we need to start during the summer.
Ms. Downey.
Okay, Ryan, just a couple of, most of my questions have been answered. When you mentioned the 100 days kind of best case project starting, that's, from you're talking about that's from like day one that the trucks roll in, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's some prep work and mobilization both before and after, and there's ancillary work associated with installing the turf. So the 100 days is really times from trucks leaving the site and trucks coming back with imported fill at the end of the project. That's what the 100 days is.
And that's like 100 work days or 100 days? Because we have a lot of weekends in there. I'm just
Construction
curious.
days.
Construction days. Okay. Number two, describing as we put in this voluntary action plan, and at our board meeting, we had all these different combos. You go down 2 feet, it costs you this. You go down 1 feet. When our plan goes into the state, do we give them, I feel like I don't fully understand. Are we giving them choices and they make the choice for us? Or do we get, or they're going to say, this is what we're willing to let you do? I don't know. It's not fully clear to me how that combination decision gets made.
Sure. So the RAP, the Remediation Action Plan, does include remedial alternatives analysis, meaning it does present multiple options, but we won't be submitting RAP unless we feel confident that the selected or recommended remediation strategy is going to be approved. So we'll know that through conversations and meetings before we before we press send on the RAP. We will be recommending remediation alternative. Right now it's number 2, which is 2 foot of excavation across the site, plus the removal of PCBs above 10 ppm, regardless of depth. That is kind of the nuts and bolts of the proposed remediation strategy. However, the RAP will detail a 4-foot cut, a 1.5 foot cut, and a 1-foot cut. But we've had these conversations with the regulators, and they've essentially told us that you're likely going to get a 2-foot cut remediation approved.
But we could go in asking for a 2-foot cut and they could come back and say, you can only have the 4-foot cut. That is a possibility, correct?
No, I wouldn't say. No, it's not going to be a 4-foot cut.
No, but I'm just, all right, let's just say, okay. They
It's
could-
possible, it's possible, but it's a
Yeah.
very unlikely
Possible,
scenario.
but not likely,
because
okay.
We've met with them enough to know what they're going to approve before we submit it.
Okay, so they approve it. Now can we just talk briefly through the process then? They say, okay, this is what we've done the plan has gone in after our public input, correct?
Mhm.
So it goes into them, they give us the blessing, then what happens before we can do construction?
So with the wrap, goes along with it the construction documents for the field itself, meaning the drainage details, layout, grading, lighting, benches. That information gets incorporated into the bidding documents, which go along with specs. And a number of specs for the construction, and those go to bidders. We're a part of the leveling process. Ultimately, the town will select a contractor, and I don't jump ahead. There's still, as I mentioned before, there's a public forum process that needs to happen before the wrap gets approved. But once the wrap's approved, those are the next step: getting contractors to bid, leveling the bids, and then choosing a contractor.
Thank you.
Michael Joseph.
Yeah, thanks. I excuse me. I appreciate the frustration with the iterative process here. I think obviously other board members have mentioned the frustration with the community in 6 years and 2 generations of middle school students having gone through at this point. I think the other frustration is really around the clarity of the project. And I think that came out in a lot of the questions that we're hearing. It really would have been helpful tonight to have in the presentation clearly laid out what are the next steps. And I understand some of them are regulatory dependent, but it sounds like there's a public forum. Someday we're going to get to 100 days. The half of the families that were in these conversations, half of the families in the middle school now weren't involved in these conversations when this project was proposed, 3 years ago or 2 years ago. So I think that this presentation, in all honesty, was a missed opportunity to provide clarity. I really think as a next step, we need to have written very clear what are the next steps with the proposed timeline. It's conceivable that I understand that first next step could be that we're waiting for soil samplings and it's going to take some time. But let's be clear on that and let's put that out to the community. This kind of nebulousness that this Q&A over the last 20 minutes has been is just increasing the frustration. We needed to have that written and clear so the community knows. The second thing is 6 years ago, I'm not blaming this board or even several superintendents ago, we talked about quarterly updates. I think at this point, we don't necessarily need our consultants here every month, but I do think it is appropriate that we talked about this earlier as part of that as part of the superintendent report or whatnot that we have every month. Where are we on these next steps that are out there in the public, and what step are we on, and are we on our proposed timeline, or if we needed to go back for soil samplings, but we need to be much more as a board and as a district. I think we need to be much more aggressive in monitoring the next steps here and communicating that out regularly. Because we know the complications here, but the much we can do with clarity, I think the better, because we know it's a complicated process.
Did you want to say something on that, Dr. Jones?
Yeah, we do actually do quarterly updates, and we have a capital news that actually, we have a lot of projects going on in the district right now, and we send it out quarterly. We've done that since I think it was the second semester I was here. And we send that to RTM members. We send it, try to get it out to BET. I think we need to look at how we can somehow maybe push it out at the school level so people will see it. We put out so much information. The hardest thing we have is getting people to read because everybody's busy. So I know that at our executive meeting, as we plan the agenda, we talked about making this a monthly item, just so we can do a simple update. Here's where we are. So I think that's a great idea, and we'll continue to see how we can get those quarterly updates easier in people's inboxes.
Cody.
Just an observation. I think it's a shame that all those students left and missed this presentation. It would have been an excellent example of what the regulatory state looks like up close. Probably taught them more about civics than what their wonderful teachers will in a long period of time.
Exactly. I just wanted to thank you, first of all, and I know we probably have to move on, but to Michael's point, I think it would be helpful if we maybe as a follow-up got a more specifics on what the timeline might look like, recognizing that could have a plus or minus based on what the regulators say, but just to know what the next steps would be.
Maybe what we should do, if we're going to provide this PowerPoint to you, is just add a slide at the end, or however many slide or two at the end, that says next steps, and sort of gives just a generic public meeting, submittal of RAP, public meeting, DEP agency, EPA approval, construction starts. It not necessarily even with a timeline, but just these are the steps that have to happen, and that can be tacked on to the presentation that we gave tonight. Would that be helpful?
That would be great. The other thing I was going to say, probably not to add to that presentation because it's hard to do without any color, but perhaps in our next monthly meeting, this comparison of the remedial alternatives that I wish I'll pass it around to my colleagues, but it had these 6 plans. And like I said, we originally talked about 5. I think you said you were looking at 2, but when you described it, I think it's 3, which is removing the fill to 2 feet and plus the PCBs of greater than 10 ppm. But, we had a cost effectiveness, right? That kind of fell in the middle. And I think it's important because it's all going to come down to cost too, is that there was a decision made at that point. I suspect these numbers have increased. So perhaps this information is now, dated, but I would think for the next meeting, we should probably update the remedial alternatives as we see them now.
Ryan, won't that be in the wrap?
It will be, but we can definitely provide an updated slide that presents those.
Okay.
That's great. Okay. Anything else? No. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I know this can't be pleasant to come to. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
I've been to the BET meetings, the budget meetings, those are even more painful. So, so thank you all for your patience. I know it's been a really trying process, and we appreciate the frustration. I have a brother that lives in Greenwich, so I understand as parents how frustrating this is, and it's just a balancing act between the parents who want their kids on the field and the regulators whose job it is to make sure everything is safe. And so if you look at these slides, you'll see that we haven't been ignored. The regulators are meeting with us. We can't tell them that, they're meeting with us. We just can't tell them how to make a decision. None of us can go up there and say, would you just ignore any more science and not have any more sampling done and just issue an approval? That's not going to happen, right? So we've got to make them comfortable that their approval is on sound basis, because there are people that are looking at this. At the high school, we've had citizens' complaints, and so they want to be on sound ground too. So I understand, we all understand the frustration. Hopefully this gave you some clarity and some things to be able to present back to the residents. And we'll add some more information to the end in terms of next steps and give you as many updates as you want. Tony, we'll talk after to see what it is that what kind of schedule you want us to, and what you want us to give you. And so you have all the information you need in a timely fashion.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. Good
Thank you.
evening. All
Good
right,
evening.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, next turning to our middle school, Central Middle School. Other one.
I think this one will probably go a little faster. Just for clarity, I did mention in the superintendent's report where we are right now is getting the building committee established. So we are right on the timeline that we need to be to have that building committee approved. And again, I just want to say thank you to the First Selectman's office for moving aggressively on that. We do actually have a draft that the consultants have. I was hoping to have it on the agenda tonight, but one of our consultants had gone to Ireland on a vacation that had been put off because of COVID and has been stranded for the last 2 weeks. So I did not want to present that. I really feel like you need to hear from the consultants, and those of you that have heard from both of them, they're excellent. And I want you to hear who all they've met with and talked with, but we should have a draft for you very, very, very soon in front of you. And that's really all I have. Again, we're right on schedule where we want to be for Central right now.
So remind me, that means at the board meeting in May, we would see the draft ed specs?
We could, and that's a question I would probably follow up after this meeting to see, is it where we would like to have, an hour-long meeting that is special just for this issue? Those of you who were able to attend, I'm going to call it the town hall, but it was in here. I thought it was very good. We didn't have a huge, big crowd, but the questions were great. And they're really good, I think, at providing depth to their answers on questions that the board may have, just even about the process itself, because they're so experienced.
Yes, Karen.
Thanks. So on the timeline perspective, right, we wanted to have the ed specs approved by June, correct?
Well, my goal really was to have it tonight, like for you to see the first draft in early May. That's why I would really like to see us consider maybe a special meeting so we can go a little bit quicker. But we definitely want it in June because once we have our building committee, we need the ed spec to hand them so that they can start their work on what it is they're going to be constructing.
So maybe when we get to the planning stage of our meeting, we should think about having an interim, just a CMS meeting to go over that so that at the May meeting, we're approving those ed specs so that they're ready to go.
That would be great.
Agreed.
That's exactly what I was going to say, because we really should have a presentation of the ed specs and then get an opportunity for public comment. So I think it really behooves us to consider a special meeting solely on Central.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I was kind of disappointed with our meeting here that we held to the public. I counted 13 people. It's a little more if you counted their kids, but it was 13 people. And if you added the reporters as well, that kind of made slightly higher number. I'm not good with that because the public is not aware and they're not showing up, and that's not good. So I'm concerned about that. The second thing is there's been some discussions amongst board members of other opportunities to happen at Central Middle. Michael was speaking of bringing the Havermeyer administration as part of the building project. Wouldn't that have to be discussed way early?
That was discussed with the consultants during the meetings we had. It came up in the one Karen Kowalski and I were in.
Mhm.
And they basically, I mean, without talking out of school, they said they didn't think it was practical because the number of employees at Havermeyer, number one, and the amount of space that would require. And number two, the timeline that we want to get the school up and running, the Havermeyer decision, any change of where our headquarters is going to be, it's premature relative to what, they're just on different timelines. So they don't align. That was what my takeaway was.
Well, my takeaway on that was that it was outside of their scope for what they were asked to do. So they weren't evaluating it for those purposes. I'm sorry, Christina, I don't recall them saying those comments. I recall them specifically saying it was outside their scope. So they weren't even looking at it for those purposes. And I will say, they did say that doing that would have the potential of slowing down the project.
Well, now hold on, Karen. I've got the floor here. Everyone sort of stuck away my floor time. So if I may. I know, well, that's exactly where I want to summarize what the reason why I brought it up is I don't think we're all on the same page here. The last Board of Ed meeting, I said we have to have the board involvement on these steps more closely. I had 15 minutes in front of sharing the time with a BET member, 15 minutes with the people doing the ed specs. I didn't get an adequate representation of where we were. I'm not sure where we all seem to be in different sort of zones here. So I guess it was just mentioned that we have to have some sort of special meeting. I think we have to have one very, very soon on this topic because we all seem to see different things or hear slightly different things of what's going on. Is that fair?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question because I guess I
No,
can't
it
speak
seems-
for all
no,
eight. So-
because to me, Joe, just
Downey.
to respond, is that would be the point of them presenting us with the draft version of the ed specs, is that that's our opportunity for round one of discussion as a group.
So it sounds like the sooner the better on that, I think is the conclusion. And someone just texted me, the reason they felt like that one meeting wasn't well attended is because they weren't as wonderful as we are with virtual. And these are people that have children at home. And that's a very good point. So next time we should probably consider for the town hall to do the hybrid like we are doing right now.
Having gone through a round of ed specs already, I don't know really in the formation of this. I don't know where we are. I didn't get to give an opinion where I know in the last round at JC, I was curious about some things that were being suggested. So I shared the thoughts with my fellow board members. So and that's what the process is changing, which I was concerned about having gone through it before. Well, we don't have any say or that much say in the early stages here as we have in the past.
We do. Why don't you explain it, Dr. Jones, a little bit more?
Yeah, basically what they're doing right now is they're getting input from everybody they meet with. They've met with all the different staff, art teachers, music teachers. We have survey input. They're listening, even though those few people that were here, you notice that traffic is going to be a big issue here. You know, where they're going to enter the site, where they're going to leave the site. And that's why we need to get the consultants in front of the board. So if you have a creative thought that you haven't shared with them, that's your input on the ed spec. Most of the ed spec is meeting the state standard of how many classrooms we need, what is the size that, is that they're going to approve. Are we concerned about the reimbursement on certain areas or are we not? And for instance, a lot of the input that we've received is that Central is a meeting place for the town. So this auditorium is, I think it's twice the size of what they would generally approve for a middle school. But they have adjusted the ed spec. And when it comes before the board, if you disagree with that, you'll say, oh, we don't really need it this size. Let them go meet somewhere else. I mean, I don't know, but that's the input they're going to have to get. Most of it is it's formulaic, and then it's getting the input about storage and all those other components. Looking at, okay, do you want to have flexible space for meeting spaces? If you think about like New Lebanon and how it was designed, that's really important to the teaching staff. So they've built that into the ed spec based on all of the input that they've received.
I guess the difference here is, and I understand, I asked that specific question of them, what percentage is what's necessary versus what's arbitrary or what we get to choose and talk about. And there was 75, 25, 75% is off the shelf. They've got to do that. There's 25% of us to discuss these things. The board answers to the town on whether it goes right or goes wrong. The conversations I found very helpful to hear the passionate appeals for the teachers wanting certain spaces, the members of our community wanting things. I thought that really helped me tremendously. I feel absent from those discussions, even though they're taking place, and you made it clear to me that they are. But ultimately, the elected members of the Board of Education are the ones that ultimately have to answer to the community. And I don't think we've got enough representation in these discussions. I said it last time, I'll say it again. All these discussions, there should be a board member or multiple board members involved in these discussions.
And I think it will. I guess I don't feel the same way you do, Joe, but go ahead, Karen.
Well, I was going to say, I think we haven't gotten to the discussion stage yet. And I think that's why you feel a little bit of a frustration, and that they, as Kathleen mentioned, at least because I asked them during my time with them. I shared it with a BET member as well. We also had a similar discussion to what Christina mentioned, and that was the response I had gotten from them as well. But I think that when they come to present to us, it's going to be covering all of the input that they got from staff, administration, parents, Board of Ed, other town, elected representatives as to what should go into the space. They also, because I had very specifically asked, I'd say, we what the building was used for, what I'd heard from staff and parents, that what this facility was missing, et cetera. I even mentioned fields and reminded them we had voted on that at some point to look at those documents. But I think that when they come to present to us is when those discussions start to happen, that they give us that basis, like Dr. Jones had said, what requirements are by the state for a building, what other spaces and things we've asked for. And that's when our discussions really take place and we get to have more additional input. But they haven't been able to give us that presentation yet. I think that's, as it was mentioned, it would be very helpful to add an extra meeting specifically just focused on this. And that way we can also have public input as well there. Because I think they are just gathering information at this point. We haven't even had the opportunity really to see what they've learned to then have that discussion going forward. So I think you're frustrated. You're frustrated because we haven't had that, but we haven't had that opportunity yet. They're still just doing their research.
We are going to get presented to us what got past discussions that have already taken place. We're going to miss out all the stuff that ended up on the cutting room floor. And I'll tell you though, going through this before, I experienced things were suggested. Others said, no, don't do that. And then others said, well, maybe we should do that. We're missing all these discussions because we're ultimately responsible. These discussions that they're eliminating and they're presenting to us after they've already been eliminated. We're not hearing these discussions, stuff that maybe one person suggests and then others might say it's not the case. I'm feeling the step we're cutting out. We're missing this. We have to somehow create the opportunity for us to be involved in it. Or maybe I should just speak for myself. I'm missing these discussions.
Well, I think you bring up a good point though, is, that there are things that may have been left out, but I think that may be a good question for us to ask them when they present, like what things were suggested by, more than one individual that you think might've been good that have been left out of this. I think that's a great question to be asking them. I think that is always something that we should know because they may be going in a more formulaic plan. And our teachers may have found that they really want something specific in this facility for their students, or parents feel that they're missing it, or other representatives of town that use this facility for things. So I think that's actually a really good point and question. I don't necessarily know we need to be involved in, all of the little different meetings that they've had, but I do agree with you that we should get that information as to what things were not included and why.
Right. I almost hope that that's a good way to put it. I almost hope there's like a toggle between, do you want a room this size because the town wants it? Or did you want to have it half the size to meet the enrollment at Central Middle School and therefore you're trading it for the music room or something? Like, I want that to be something that's money, but that's also, how we're developing our building. So it's important for us to have that conversation. And I would hope that would be a part of the decision process when we're going to have multiple conversations on this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what they're doing right now, they have far more input than what we ever have on a feasibility. Feasibility, we have a committee that basically meets at the school and you go through the feasibility phase, but they don't really have the same outreach that the consultants are having right now, listening to everybody. I would say the one direction that we've given them is don't eliminate something because you're not going to get full reimbursement, such as this auditorium. So not just using the state reimbursement, but in a lot of communities where they get 60 and 70% reimbursement, it's really important that they stick to that formula. We've made it really clear where they're gathering all of the input from the community, and what's supposed to come to the board is what they've heard. And at that time, I mean, they're going to take feedback from the board. And I think that it just hasn't happened. I was hoping it would happen tonight. We would start, but they weren't here to be able to do it.
Karen?
I think what might be helpful to address Joe's point, and I think it's a highly valid point, is in part of their presentation, it just shouldn't be the proposed draft ed specs, but it would be helpful to get some kind of presentation or deck in advance of the meeting, spelling out an overview of what comments did they receive from the public, what comments did they receive from the teachers, what comments did they receive from the board, what were the asks, And how are those asks reflected in these ed specs? What was decided to be cut and why? And taking into account so that we can see the entire layout of the information that they gathered and how they processed it and how decisions were made with respect to the ed specs that they presented. The other, and on that point, whether or not they're presenting multiple versions of ed specs or how we get to the ed spec that we like is a little confusing to me, which I think goes to Joe's point, which is, are we just going to get a draft ed spec in front of us and say, and it's one version? Do we get multiple versions to check from? And maybe we like a little of version A and a little of version B, and we want to combine them. And I think because we're trying to keep on a tight deadline, when I through this process of conversation, I think not only do we have to have one meeting, we may have to have multiple meetings so that we can process information and make them go back to the drawing board. But the first step would be for them to give us some type of report to show how information was processed and how they have come to the drafts or the multiple drafts and versions that they've come to. And I think we cannot, as a board, make a decision, and I think Joe's right on this, without having processed that information so that we can get comfortable in saying they did their job and this is what the community wants.
So is that good? Or we can just do
Yeah.
it during agenda planning or?
Well, no, I just wanted to make one more comment. I think one thing you're going to see that's different is this is the ed spec. And what generally I feel like throws us off in feasibility is people get into designing the building. And that really isn't the intent. And then when the building committee gets started, they start all over again, often with a brand new architect. And I think what you're going to see are the spaces. And so it is really different because at least from my experience, when we did OG and JC, we spent a lot of time talking about connector halls and like you're almost designing the building, and that really wasn't the intent. I think it's why it also took longer for us to get the ed spec approved because there was so much feasibility, early design work that we're not doing with this building because we're really saying the master plan is looked at it once. And then when the building committee comes together, they'll start all that work as well. So I hope when they're come before you, you'll feel like they're giving you exactly what you're asking for.
Okay. Let's take that up during agenda planning. Let's move to the next topic, middle school French textbook. Dr. Carabello.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members and Dr. Jones and the community members that are still with us. We have prepared a narrated PowerPoint for use that will present the process that was used to determine which new French textbook we would purchase for our middle schools. Maybe we won't have the sound.
Do you mind if we just start asking questions?
I have no problem. If you have
Okay.
questions, please feel free to ask them.
Okay. I mean, go ahead. Who wants to go first? Karen, go ahead.
So Dr. Kilba, I have a question and it goes to the expense of this. I see that there's a total for a 3-year license is the $40,000. How does this get broken down into our budget? Is this paid on an annual basis that we split this out for over the course of 3 years, or is it a one-time expense?
I have to defer to Adrian, but I believe that it's a one-time expense if we pay for it upfront.
Okay, and then what happens after 3 years?
And then we have to renegotiate what the cost would be, as we do with any kind of textbook that we use that's online.
Okay, and what are we using now for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade French classes?
Adrienne, can you answer that question, please?
Sure thing. We're currently using a text called Discovering French Today, and that was a license that we've had for the last 5 years. But the book is going out of print in December, and the digital will phase out afterwards if it doesn't get taken over by another company. But the book is definitely going out of print in December.
Okay, and is this, so forgive me if this is somewhere in this, but I didn't see it. Is there an actual textbook or is this all online? Like physical, like I get to walk around with a book?
So there's both. Each student could have access to a digital license, hence the cost. And in the proposal, I had included a class set for each middle school. So 25 hard copies for each middle school of level 1 and 25 copies for each middle school of level 2.
Okay, and then from the process, I mean, I read the student responses and I thought, for the most part, they really enjoyed it. I was just curious as to how many students participated in the review, and was it a broad landscape over all 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes?
So that's a great question. So yes, we purposefully surveyed students. We chose, each of our French teachers chose a grade level. So each grade level, well, not that each grade level at each middle school was surveyed, but all grade levels were covered across the 3 middle schools. So 6th grade was surveyed at one middle school, whereas 7th grade was surveyed at another, and 8th grade. So we did have a really nice sampling of the 3 grade levels. And it's too bad the audio is not working because we have some really nice student video in the presentation.
I was going to say, don't worry about it because this is just a first read. So we can all watch it afterwards. And then when it comes back, we'll have that between the next 2 board meetings.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you send it, I can't commit for everyone else, but I will watch it because I'd like to see it. The only other question I had is, what is the timeline for putting this out into the classroom? Is this something that is being looked at for the 2022-23 year?
Yes, so we would purchase it when the budget opens in July. And it is a one-time expense that brings us through 3 years. The company also sells a 5-year license that is a one-time cost. So the longer the license, the more cost-effective it is. They sell it in 1, 3, and 5 years, but I was just trying to be conservative in what we think we can afford based on the budget that we're looking at for next year. So the 3 years seem to be the most realistic.
Understood. And I lied. I had one other question. From a teacher's perspective, and I didn't necessarily see this in the teacher's comments, but does the materials come with enough information to help teachers formulate how they should, helps them to structure the class going forward so that the teachers feel like they have adequate tools with this textbook and resources to create a high level of French literacy for their students?
Yes, absolutely. That is one of the reasons why this textbook outshined all of the other competitors. There are, for example, pre-AP listening activities that prepare students for that ultimate AP French experience should they elect to go as far as that in language study. Our high school teachers, a couple of our high school French teachers were part of this process and definitely thought that that was a benefit. And the textbook, the program comes with so much more than we've ever had access to before with other programs. There's an iVideo, there's iNews, there's songs, the resources are updated, news articles are updated weekly, videos are updated monthly. There are e-readers. There's so much that is of high interest to teenagers today to make language learning more fun than maybe we thought about it when we were kids and just studying, grammar, drill and kill. It's a very different approach, and it's in line with the ACTFL standards and where world language study is moving. We're moving away from drill and kill and moving toward learning language, not learning about language, but learning how to use language.
That's exciting because I took 4 years of French and then another year in college, and I can't speak at all because I was under the drill and kill model, and it doesn't teach you a language.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. It's been very helpful. I appreciate the answers.
Ms. Downey.
Yes, hi. I just want to follow up just in terms of our French enrollment. It feels like 25 books per middle school per level feels like it might not be enough. I don't know if you want to just talk about the French enrollment, and I'm assuming that this means we teach levels 1 and 2 in the middle school. And when you said there's digital access for 3 and 4, we're not teaching 3 and 4 till they get to the high school. Is that correct?
That is correct. So level 1 takes you from 6th through most of 7th grade, because 6th grade French is scheduled on a pattern day, so every other day. And then French 2 is what our 8th graders engage in. And yes, French 3 and 4 would begin at the high school. The nice feature about this book is, in terms of differentiation, we have access to all 4 levels, at least digitally. So if there is a child, like every so often we'll have like a native French or heritage French speaker in a class who's in 8th grade, they can be given access to the French 3 level if that is linguistically where they are. In terms of having enough books, our teachers would they would tell you that they would even need less than that. That is actually a generous number. They'll say that they only need a handful because there are some students who obviously need that tactile connection to paper. But I was trying to at least shore us up with a class set at each school.
Great, thank you.
Michael Joseph.
Thanks. I will watch the video as well. Obviously, I appreciate the time to put into that. And I agree, if that can come out to the board ahead of time so we can flip the board meeting, I think it'd be helpful. If we had, quite frankly, if we had done that if the consultants on the field had been able to do that, we could have gotten right to the conversation, and that might have, then we might have been able to stick to the half an hour that we had actually budgeted for that on the agenda. But I appreciate, I looked through all the French documentation. I really appreciate the process. And like we said, the input of students, I have no reason to question the judgment of the process. It sounds like a great program. Dr. Carabillo, my only question on your end is which is kind of the question I always have when these textbook adoptions come up, is why French? Why now? Is this part of the cycle? Was it French? Is there a textbook adoption cycle where it was time for French to come up? Or is it because the book is going out of print and we had to move more quickly? What brought this up to the agenda now, and how is it budgeted? How does it exist in our budget?
The reason it was brought up now is because the licensing for the current textbook is going to no longer be available to us. So that's why it came up now. And Adrian does have some funds in the budget for next year for textbooks. And then we also have some at the district level to be able to support the the replacement of the French textbooks.
And just adding to that response, in addition to the book going out of print, our subscription to Discovering French Today, which is what we're using currently, our actual subscription to it is expiring as well. So it was sort of like a fortuitous time where it's expiring and they're expiring.
So just one more question, or at least for me. Like Big Ideas Math, which I guess we're gonna be talking about in a second, could this take you into the high school? I should know this because as my son is studying for his French test, but I don't think, do they have books in the high school? I don't think they do.
So we don't, no one language class lives in a French textbook. There is no magic potent that's packaged in a book. We do use a book for resources, particularly for the videos, the songs, news articles, and like that. Yes, this book goes up to 4 levels, which is why our high school teachers who were on the committee really liked this particular resource. So yes, absolutely. And we would hope that not for this coming year, but the following, so 23, 24, we could bring this to the high school.
So you could then buy, like you're saying, like 4A AP, like then you'll
Right, we can buy
do add-ons.
Right, we can buy the license we have access to all 4 levels. We would have access to all 4 levels now, and our high school teachers for this coming year could get teacher access to all 4 levels and pilot it with their students. It's just that our high school students for this coming year wouldn't yet have their own digital license.
Right.
But the teacher could use it, projecting videos and songs from a smart board and, for more whole class activities and instruction.
And that's the other reason, Kathleen, is that the resources are so rich that the teachers at the high school could use them next year. And especially the ones that really make it more interactive so that the students are learning the language of French and not just doing the drill and kill. So that's why they were excited about it. And it will be a smooth transition if that's what we are able to do moving forward.
Right, I like that idea, kind of like the Big Ideas Math concept. I like the flow. Yes, Karen.
Having been on this committee and having, much like Ms. Kowalski, taken French all through high school and into college, and I can say a few phrases. But I will say, having looked at a bunch of the presentations, I will say, I know I missed one of them, but much like Adrian had mentioned, and Dr. Carabell as well, this one really stood out. It was very engaging. It's very hard for students, especially when they're starting to learn French at the middle school level, to keep them engaged and interested, especially when they can't understand the language because they're still learning it. But all of the resources that were included in this one, because we did get a presentation on some of that, were highly engaging, and I know it kept my interest. But and I think that was well said. I'm sure it probably is in the presentation that we couldn't hear, sharing some of those points. But this one did stand out in that regards. I can't speak to the actual teaching of the language because I learned in the drill and kill model, and this was just very, very different. But so that was just my feedback from having watched several of the presentations.
Well, like I said, this will come back to us. This was a first read, so we can all watch the video in between. And with that, merci.
And bonsoir.
That's it. That's all I got. Okay. Moving to action items. Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you, Adrian. Thanks, Ann.
Welcome.
Moving to action items, Policy Governance Committee. Miss Downey.
Okay. Good thing you're not taking that French test. Okay, I'm gonna.
It doesn't go well with my accent.
Start the discussion. I'm gonna make a motion that the board adopt policy 5145.44 as presented.
Is there a second for that? Ms. Kowalski, thank you. As a second. Go ahead, Ms. Back to you, Ms.
Okay,
Downey.
thank you. Nothing to do. The motion is that the board adopt policy 5145.44 in the form presented this evening. As you all know, the board took up adoption of the policy at our January meeting. It did not pass. It had been read 2 preceding times prior to then. So as a result, it went back to Policy Governance Committee. So in as much as the policy's been before the board on 3 separate occasions, we can take it up as an action item this evening. Subsequent to that January meeting, PGC evaluated what revisions could be made to the policy, which would be both compliant with the requirements of Title IX and the implementing regulations, and which a majority of the board would approve for adoption. This review took place over several committee meetings and involved us looking at policies utilized by other districts in Connecticut. Additionally, we consulted with counsel, who's advised us that the version before us tonight for voting is compliant. The language in this policy, it derives from the CABE suggested model policy and is similar to that in Darien, Stamford, and Fairfield, just to name a few school districts that we looked at. In addition to this policy, we do have policies in place already relating to non-discrimination and bullying, which protect our students. Furthermore, there are detailed regulations for implementing the policy, which are already on our website. Just to be clear, the policy provides protection to all of our students under Title IX. Even in the absence of this policy, under the law, the students would have those protections. Simply stated, the need to have a board policy came to us as a result, because federal regulations were passed in August 2020, requiring that recipients of federal financial assistance, which we do, it was a requirement that we pass a policy that we are going to recognize and abide by Title IX's provisions. So the law already is in place. This is merely as a result of the regulations. So with that, I will turn it over to perhaps my other PGC colleagues if they would like to make any comments.
Sorry, Karen.
Thanks. Christina, well said. And I really don't have a whole lot more to add, and some of this may seem a little redundant on your comments. I just wanted to add that, first of all, through the thoughtful and thoroughness of the PGC, we did look at this at several angles and used and looked to the advice of our outside counsel, the same outside counsel that had opined on the policy that was originally presented late last year. This policy is in compliance with Title IX and goes no further, for which we did not need to do or was prescribed by law, which was confirmed by our outside counsel. I believe this policy is not only consistent with other districts within the state of Connecticut, but it is also follows the standards that have been prescribed by CABE. And with that, I think that this board should take this this policy and on vote tonight, pass it.
Ms. Hirsch, do you have anything to add?
Well, I was gonna say, I think most of this has been covered by my 2 colleagues on PGC. But, you know, again, as it was said, I know questions were asked in advance, and, you know, Ms. Downey has addressed the fact that this covers all of our students, whether there's certain language in there or not. I think Ms. Kowalski has also done a deep dive and also shared some of her thoughts after our PGC. And the fact is that, you know, this covers the letter of the law. It is very specific. This follows also the CABE policy models that we have used for all of our other policies. You know, we chose to go a slightly different route the first go around, but this one really is more in line with every single other policy that we have and have had drafted. And again, it is what was adopted by the majority of districts in the that are CABE districts within Connecticut, because we did research, a lot of research. Much like my colleagues, I would hope that the board supports this so that we can have this in place for our students, you know, as of tonight.
Sounds good. So, motion on the table. Seeing nothing else, all in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Laura, are you raising your hand? Okay, passes. Yep, I see her. All right, passes 8-0. Thank you. Well done, PGC. I know that took some time. We appreciate it. Okay, next action item, math textbook. I'm just going to put it on the table. The motion is approve recommended math textbook, Big Ideas Learning Algebra, Geometry, and Algebra 2 as presented. Can I get a second? Ms. Downey? Thank you. Sorry, I looked right. All right. Who is this? Dr. Carabillo? Anything else? Any?
No, I'm just thrilled that you're voting on it tonight, and I can't wait to hear your answer.
Ms. Downey?
And I don't see any cost estimate on the last page in the costs. And I think we asked that last month, so I don't feel comfortable voting on it without a cost.
The cost is in there. Andrew, would you like to share the cost again, please? I don't have it in front of me.
It was included. There was a link in there that was an additional document. And we mentioned that at the last meeting when this was presented. Yeah, it was, yeah. And we went over it at the last meeting was the costs.
I'm here now. I'm happy to talk to it if you'd like.
No, she's fine. She sees it now.
Okay.
Are you good? All right, motion on the table. By a show of hands, how do you vote on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and cost, and that passes 8-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your students will thank you.
Okay, next is the financial and staffing report. Let me get the motion on the table. Okay. Motion to financial report for period ended March 31st, my motion is to authorize financial report for period ended March 31, 2022. Can I get a second? Ms. Downey. Okay. Sean.
Good evening, everybody. I thought I would just, before I start, chime in on the discussion of the French book. And I heard that, we would, to take advantage of the pricing, we'd have to pay up front. I mean, we could very well do that, but we could recognize the expense year by year. So that's something that if it fits better within the budget, or we could take advantage of better pricing by going for the 5-year license, that might be worth looking at. Okay, to the March financials. So as of March 31st, our year-to-date expense is 117.8 million, or 67% of the full year budget. On a year-to-year basis, our year-to-date spending this year is up $7.8 million, or 7.1%. The drivers of the $7.8 million increase: salaries are up 1.8 or 1.9% year-to-year, which is in line with the budgeted increase. Services are up 4.2 million or 31.3%. Two areas there: transportation is up, one due to the contractual rate, and the second reason being that compared to last year, we processed more invoices than last year. SPED tuition is up as well, and that's consistent with what we're saying as far as our year-end projection goes. Supplies are up 1.6 million or 60%, and I've mentioned this in previous months. It's a residual year-to-year effect of the reduced level of spending in full year 21 associated with the pre-spend activity in the year before. So as far as the overall year-end projection goes, we're continuing to identify savings. In fact, we identified about $40,000 of transportation savings today. So we're making headway day by day. So we're still looking for savings to offset the projected overrun in the SPED tuition line. So we do have a limited freeze in place. So every day is helping to identify those savings. Any new spend now has to come in to me for an expense exception request. On the capital side, we had a very good month in terms of spending down the capital available balances. The total available balance is now down to 21.8. That's for all years. So down $3.5 million in the month. The full year 22 projects were down 2.2 million, and the older projects, so pre-22, were down another 1.2. So since we really started putting a full court press on the closing out the projects, which was about September of 2020, our pre-22 available balances have come down by about $20 million, or about 69% of the balance back in September. Included in the pre-22 balance are 4 building projects. I've mentioned this on previous months: New Lab, Glenville, Mesa, and Hamilton Avenue, with a current available balance of 2.5. Once the state closes those projects out, the money gets released. So as is reflected by these numbers, where there's a continued focus on closing out the projects, especially from full year 21 and prior. School lunch, continuing to see low cash sales relative to budget and relative to pre-COVID years. We are, and as I mentioned this before, we're seeing very strong reimbursements from the state. And given our track record to date, I now believe that we have a good shot at closing the year on total revenue slightly above budget, which would be really good news. So we'd be able to overcome the miss in the cash sales by strong state reimbursement. And then finally, expenses are currently projected to come in slightly under budget. So we took a look at the run rate for the salaries, and we think we'll be slightly under budget. So revenue, we're hoping that we'll be achieving it or slightly better, and expense will be slightly under. So school lunch is looking pretty good right now. Any questions?
Ms. Kowalski.
Hey, Sean. So my questions relate to the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. If we turn to ESSER 2, there are a handful of new changes, or new changes, a handful of changes.
All right, let me talk to that. So in the February report, we did not have any town allocation of benefits for both ESSER 2 and ARP for the full year 22. The guidance we had received was that we did not need to allocate town benefits for those for full year 22, but we did need to allocate monies for 23 and 24. Since then, we've gotten an update, and we did need to increase town allocation of benefits for full year 22 in both ESSER 2 and the ARP. So in order to contain that, it's about $450,000. We've had to offset in other places in the years in both ESSER 2 and ARP. And ultimately, where these monies came out of was the PPE that we had in full year 23. So we're able to contain the additional insurance by reducing the estimate we had for full year 23 for PPE, which was a high level estimate.
Okay, so, but if I look at last month's versus this month's, we have for full year 2022, there was no allocation for $20,259 for supplies. And now we have that in there. That doesn't fall within your explanation as to the benefits component.
Right, that is basically a reclass. There's an amount almost equal to that $20,000 down below. I think it was in a facility supplies line, or PPE, and that got reclassed up to that $20,000. So basically, it's just a movement from one line to another in the sheet.
Okay, then I also noticed that there's a new entry under teaching and learning for full year 2022, classroom, libraries, learning loss, K through 2. There's a $211,000 expense that wasn't there last month.
Yeah, that was in ARP.
ESSER 2.
So ESSER 2, we had a line called classroom learning, and I think it was called GEOD. It got renamed to classroom supplies, learning loss. And it basically moved it from ESSER 2 to ARP in the sheets. So that was just a movement in the overall, I guess, in the year.
Okay, and then for the 5.0 social workers from ARP in full year 23 to full year 24, that went down from 413,000 to 338,000. What accounts for that change?
That one is so we did that as part of the, the overall containing the movement of the classroom supplies and the insurance in ESSER 2. So we did reduce social worker by 74,000. We need to take that out of another account in ARP. We need to balance that out. We did not do that yet. So there's also money in the facilities PPE in full year 23. I think there's about 284,000 left. We'll have to offset that in the April report for, I think it's 74,000.
So you're saying it'll go back up to 413,000? You're just reallocating it from somewhere else? I'm not following that.
You're talking about the social worker number?
The social worker number, right? There's a difference. Sorry, I didn't do the math, but the last month's was 413,000 and this month it's 338,000.
Yeah, we'll have to move 74,000 out into social worker in full year 23 from full year 22.
So you're going to take that money from ARP or ESSER 3 and put it into ESSER 2?
No, the other way around. We're taking 74 out of ESSER 2 social worker, moving it into ARP social worker, 74,000, and then so that it all balances, we'll take $74,000 out of the full year 23 PPE.
Okay, and I see that in ESSER 3, you've taken out a significant amount from the PPE that went down from 726 to 284. And I assume that's in connection with the benefit issue that you mentioned.
Exactly.
Okay, so in full year 2022 for ESSER 3, there's a category of teaching and learning that moved from 344,000 last year to 555,000 this month.
Hold on, let me look. Say that again, which?
Sure, so it looks like in teaching and learning from last month was for full year 2022 was 508,000 versus this time around it's 792,000.
I'm not seeing that number. Can you send me an email and I'll look at it tomorrow?
Sure, I will. This is what I continue to talk about with respect
Karen,
to.
I think that's actually the total for the category all below it. If you look at it, it's like all the stuff that's on the next page.
Yeah, that's what.
And
it's the
because of
sum.
that, and that 211 which came in, changed the numbers.
I get that, but that was the total number for last month was 344,000.
Right, and so now this month is more because you added the 211 for the classroom libraries.
It's the movement. It's the sum. The
It's
555 is the
the
sum.
teaching and learning number is the sum of all the things below it. And when you added 211, it increased what the category is.
Understood, but that 211 is still under ESSER 2 as well.
No, it moved out of it. That was his point.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He
And
moved
that's
it
it.
down
That's
to
the
there.
exact difference. Very good, Christina. That's the exact difference.
I mean, we're going to continue to see some small moves here and there because, the numbers that are in for full year 23 and 24 are estimates at this point. So there will continue to be changes. And when we make those changes, we'll have to synchronize it with what we have in the e-grant system. So,
And how do these changes, how is this being affected with respect to the audit process that's currently going on by the state and the fact that we have to go back to the state at some point for approval of this because it has changed since we submitted our original application last August?
yeah, the state knows that changes will be made. I mean, when we submitted this first round of it in August, there have been multiple iterations, and every district's doing it. Because when they had to submit a baseline in August, no one could possibly know how much we're going to end up spending by year, each of these lines. A lot of estimates are in place. So for full year 22, if we estimated we would spend on a salary, $80,000 and it ended up being 75,000, then we've got 5,000 left. So that means we have to pick up 5,000 somewhere else.
I'm happy to see that the PPE number is reducing because hopefully that's a good sign of the future. Ms. Downey, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our freeze and our sped out of district tuition and kind of where we're sitting for the year and how we're going to manage to our, I know you said you're finding money on, finding costs, but we're in the hole. It sounds like a fair amount. So I'm just kind of curious because it is now April and we have 2 months left, how we're going to manage that. Not to put you on the spot, Sean, but I'm putting you on the
No,
spot.
it's okay. No, I mean, I've been calling out the exposure for months now. In fact, at the beginning of the year, we projected that we would, overrun our budget of $7.3 million by 500, that we would come in at 7.8 for this year. That was the beginning of the year. And in fact, our budget submission for 22-23 was flat at 7.8. So the fact that we now believe that the $7.8 million projection at the beginning of the year is now likely to come in at close to 8.4 right now, says, we've got more of an exposure not only this year, but also potentially for next year. And we have already identified, more than half of this exposure. As I said, we identified another 40,000 today in transportation. So we're continuing to work it. As I said, we have an expense freeze in place, so nothing gets encumbered without coming to me first. And the whole intent of this limited freeze process is to slow down spending, and it's working.
But are we short? What are we shortchanging? When you talk about the freeze, can just give some examples of what's being frozen, just so we understand the impact of that on, staff and students.
Well, I mean, if it's something like there's a field trip, I let those go. If it's, something that has to be done facilities wise or in special ed, they get approved. What I won't approve is I did get one request for a new coffee maker in a principal's office, and I said no. Things like that.
I remember in the past, didn't they like the funds at each school? Sometimes you reduce that, right? I remember you guys did that last year.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So I believe we'll close this gap.
Sorry, Joe.
Sean, we spoke yesterday about some of these things you had to speak about again today. So basically what we should probably think to do, and just a suggestion, is when you have a delta month to month, that maybe you include an explanation so you don't have to keep re-explaining it time and time again. I hate to have put that through that yesterday, and then you have to explain it again today. So maybe take a look at stuff when you have a significant delta, just have a little column where you could explain it so you don't have to keep re-explaining it. Just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Hirsch.
Great suggestion, Joe, actually. Always the one with the good ideas. Mine is a little less on the I know you did. Mine is sorry, as does Mike. But so I have a quick question. It's not about the specific numbers on funds, but I see, we have on the last page, I think we've asked this question before, and maybe now's not the night to go over it, but we have funding over the next 3 years for the school climate consultant. I don't know what the school climate consultant is actually doing per se, and would really like to have an understanding of that. We also have money in the budget for the next 3 years for a family and community engagement consultant. It's such an important work that they're doing. I really love to see, especially, I mean, if we can get an update on, from the consultants as to what they're doing and how that's positively impacting our students and staff within our schools. Just, I know it's not budgetary, but it's just maybe we can talk about that when we get to agenda planning because it's in here. But I'd love to have information as to what they're actually doing. Not sure if tonight, if this is the place to have that discussion or if we should just put it on the agenda at some point.
Michael Joseph.
We talked a little bit about this last month, to Joe's point and to Karen's point. I think it's worth, as a board, thinking about the structures we have in place as far as the oversight of ESSER, and how the money is being allocated. We know that the regulations for ESSER are different than the regular budget cycle. I get that. The board's role in ESSER, it says that in the legislation, stakeholders are supposed to be consulted, and that obviously includes the board. I know there have been conversations at the finance committee level. We haven't had a conversation at the full board level in a while. If you think about how we approach, as I've been thinking about this, and we had some conversations. If you think about how we approach this from at the regular traditional budget, there's two different conversations we have. There's the conversation that we have before we vote on the budget, as far as the intended allocation, and then there's this report, which is then how the money's actually spent. And I think some of the I don't want to say frustration, but I think some of the challenge of the ESSER conversations that we've been having over the last couple of months has been because we've been conflating those two, and I think we need to have those two different we need to have an apparatus for both in place. So for example, I know this audit is coming up. I think the deadline got extended. Bringing that audit, the results of that audit, to the full board as a report on the expenditure makes sense. I think so does Joe's comment. There's some kind of apparatus in this report every week, every month, so that we the Karens of the world don't have to go through line by line and seeing the changes. But if there's a way to track at a general level some of those big deltas or additional lines and move some ESSER 2 to ESSER 3 on the report, that could also make sense as an allocation. I think that's would help the transparency. And then on the allocation side, we are talking about fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 expenditures. It is appropriate that we as a board have a conversation about and receive the administration's thoughts on how that money is meant to be allocated, just like we do for the budget. I know it's a different approval process, but I think that conversation makes sense, and have to have certainly just like we do on the budget, as far as how the allocation is intended for future years, because this is obviously it's a sensitive topic, but also this money was given. It's a one-time thing. There's a lot of community interest in it, and the stakes are high. We've all seen all the headlines on learning loss and results of COVID and social emotional challenges and things, and it behooves us to have more regular conversations about the plans moving forward and how they're being allocated.
Thanks. Ms. Costin? Oh, you told me she had her hand up, Karen. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. That makes sense, some of that. Okay. Cody, do you have anything? No?
I think everything he said makes sense.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Kowalski?
I appreciate Mike's comments. I mean, I've I think several on the board, including Sean and Dr. Jones, know how much I've been frustrated in trying to understand this additional spending. It is $14 million that has come into this district that I feel that this board has had little to no oversight or real voice in saying how this money is getting allocated and how it's getting allocated. And I think the community is owed some transparency as to where it's going and how it's being spent. And I appreciate the line items, but for example, if we're adding, one psychologist, where is that going? Are they covering all 15 schools? I think it would be helpful to, what I keep asking for is it, as we have with respect to our own budget, right? Each school is out, we show what we're spending at each school for certain aspects of it. And for example, I still don't know what supplies are. And no one's been able to answer that question. And I realize it's $3,000, but the question is, what is everything else? And how is it being spent across? And is it going to all the schools? Is it going to a few of the schools? I know some of these allocations are only going to the Title I schools. And I don't think that has any clarity in this particular document to let the community know that some of these funds that are being contributed here are not actually hitting their school. And I think that's important to know. And that's why I think that this information is cursory at best. And I know I've spent hours on the phone trying to figure all of that out, but everyone in the community doesn't have hours to figure that out. And it needs to be understood that what they have communicated in the town halls as to what they think this money should have been spent for with the schools is being done. And how is it being done? We had town halls where people talked and voiced their concerns with respect to the academic loss that was that their children were experiencing. Question is, how is that answering that? And are they getting it? And if it's at North Mianus, if it's at Glenville, if it's at Central, if it's at Eastern, how is it being addressed to each of those schools? And I think that would be very important. This is an additional $14 million. This is a gift that we are not going to get again. And we need to make sure that it is being accurately and adequately spent across the entire district for all students that need the assistance after having experienced a 2-year pandemic, wearing masks and not getting and being out of school for a period of time. And that's my concern here. And this doesn't do it for me. And I keep raising the frustration, and I hope that some of Mike's comments resonate with others, that we can get further transparency into exactly what this means and how it's going to be dispersed amongst all 15 schools in a sufficient manner, so that myself and maybe others can get comfortable with how this is spent, because I'm just not willing to say this makes sense, because to me, it doesn't make sense. And I will continue to vote no on this until we get further transparency that we are responding to the asks of our community, that this money is going to the right place at the right time and the right schools, so that when we come back, that we have the answers to say, yes, we spent this appropriately and it did its job. And I can't answer that question right now, so I cannot vote for this.
Okay, so in the interest of trying to find compromise, as I often do, a few things I want to take a step back on, because having been early on in this process and chairing the budget committee at the time, one of the things that I try to say over and over, our system, Greenwich Public Schools, got more money than anyone else because we were in school when other districts were not. We didn't realize at the time that we were going to be rewarded for that, but we were, and that's pretty cool. And I think that we should just do a little bit of a victory lap on that one, because we did the right thing and we got more money as a result. So that's number one. Number two, and Mike mentioned this, there are very strict guidelines around how this money is spent, because it is coming from the Department of Education, which is why we're getting audited. And that's great, because I think there's nothing better than a third party coming in and telling you if you did everything right or did anything wrong. And I like Mike's point on that. As a result, I really do think that once we have the results of the audit, because it's ongoing, we should spend a lot of time on it and sit here and have it on the agenda. I don't know if we need to make it a special meeting like Central Middle School, but I think we can add it to an agenda. So I think there's some really good ideas here. And I know that the administration is constantly trying to be as transparent as possible. These numbers kind of do it for me, frankly. Once I get to 3,000, I'm sort of not listening anymore. But Joe, go ahead.
I think that what you were just drifting into is what I'd like to mention. I do believe there is some certain number that we probably have to have some governance over, some decision making as a board. Now, you just mentioned 3,000 and drifted off. Well, that's certainly a number that we don't want to bring before the board to make a decision on spending. But there probably is a number, and we should decide where we should draw that line, because some might want to micromanage and work on smaller numbers. Some might want to just go with really big numbers. So I think we should actually make a decision. It is a lot of money. And if we're going to spend a significant one-time expenditure or some category that has a number that has an amount that's quite large, then it should come before us. So we have to find out what that number is. That's my suggestion.
Why don't you guys take this up at the budget committee? Because that seems like a good conversation to have there. Okay.
Just added my first agenda item.
Exactly. And then we can talk, and then I think it's obvious that when is the audit? It's ongoing right now, Sean?
No, it hasn't started yet.
It starts in May. That's what,
6 weeks.
got it. So it's something that you'll have in theory by end of the school year. Oh, it's the federal government. Well, we're getting good at summer meetings, so there you go. It's not exactly. We'll have a bet over or under on deep. Okay, sounds good. So I think there's an action item on the table. It's to authorize the financial report for a period ended March 31, 2022. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That passes 5-3.
Can I just ask a question, point of order? Like, why do we even have to authorize or vote on it? To be honest with you, this is a report, right? I mean, seriously, right? I mean, you're laughing at me. Like, as a matter of procedure, it doesn't seem to me that it's something we even need to be voting on. Like, we don't vote on when we get an academic report. So why are we voting on a financial report?
You make such a good point, and I looked into it, and it's just because it's like one of those, we always did it, and it's totally not necessary because it's like a treasurer's report. Why are you voting? Like, thank you for the information. Why do you have to affirm thank you for the
So
information?
maybe we rethink that.
I think we should probably just put it as part of information. Only problem with that is that then Sean gets to go earlier, and I'm not sure that's appropriate.
I don't think we're required to have our action item. I think the agenda can be structured the way in any fashion. It doesn't have to be discussion and then action. If you look at, I looked at it on a policy scale. I don't have the number handy, but.
All right, sounds good.
My question is, what if this does not pass? What happens?
Nothing.
So we could not vote on it. We could vote on it. We could say it doesn't make a difference. It all continues anyway.
Correct.
So there's some people voting in favor of it, some people not. I don't understand why some people are voting favor it and some people are not. I'm still confused on that point.
I think,
Have you seen Animal House, Joe? This
My favorite
calls for
movies.
a stupid and futile gesture.
exactly.
That's what I was going to say. You didn't.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so would you like to change the vote? 5-1. Very good.
I'm going to change mine. I'm going to abstain as well.
Oh, I don't even know if this is allowed.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can undo a vote once a vote's been taken.
Okay, let's redo the vote. I didn't see the hands well, clearly. Okay, so the motion on the table is authorize the financial report for the period ended. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those opposed? 2. All of those abstaining? 2. 4-2-2. Thank you. Okay, let's move to agenda planning. Ms. Hirsch.
I know that we were supposed to have a an update or presentation or, the year-end report from SEAC. And that was moved, but I don't see it added back on here anywhere. So I just wanted to point that out, whether we actually have a date from them as to when they think they can have it or not. But I want to make sure that we include that.
Very good. They said next month, I just heard. Central meeting, that's what we really need to focus on here. Is it possible that we could have it before May 19th?
I think we have to.
Yeah.
Because our next meeting is, that's a retreat, would be June 16th. And I think we need to have the ed specs. I think we need to have the ed specs voted on by at least May 19th, or we're going to have a whole host of additional meetings, because I don't think you can, I think you have to have it done before our last meeting.
Wait, I think we could vote on May 19th on the ed specs. Karen, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Vote,
so vote on May 19th.
vote on May 19th, but that we have to have at least one, and potentially, to make sure we're all comfortable, possibly 2 meetings before then, depending upon the presentation and the discussion item.
Right, and that's because for the timeline purposes, we need to have it approved by the end of June. Is that for funding?
For the building committee, because they have no work to do if we don't give them ed specs.
But that's the deadline. No, it's not as far as meeting the state funding.
We're not
deadline.
applying for, in order to apply for the state funding, we would have had to have the appropriation voted on by the Board of Estimate and Taxation and the RTM before June 30th, which is not going to happen because we don't have a number. So, right. So, but it's for the building committee. And if you read what a building committee, they need their charge in order to properly be formed. And if they don't have ed specs, they really have no charge.
Okay, so let's look at the calendars for.
I might suggest not next week with all our RTM meetings is not really an option. Chair Stowe.
That's a very good point. Yes, those are a lot of meetings. And I don't want to do anything on Cinco de Mayo anyway. Okay.
We have RTM meetings on Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, seriously. Okay. How about May 12th is a Central Middle School concert. So I'll be here. You guys want to do a post-concert? There'll be a lot of parents.
Could we do pre-concert?
Let's do a pre-concert. There'll be a lot of Central Middle School parents. Thursday, May 12th. The concert's at 7. You have to drop your child off at 6:30.
We can meet at 5.
You don't think they could manage that? No, but I was thinking for the central parents, right?
I think it's also difficult to, or we shouldn't be making the assumption that parents can come any earlier based upon working schedules. And because the world has now started to right itself, there's a lot more city commuters than there once was.
Well, and I was going to say, if you do it after, parents are going to be here with their students and need to get them home.
There's no way.
That's
after.
too late to start.
That's ice cream time.
Well, is there a possibility, okay, Dr. Jones, that at least the first presentation, if we get documentation in advance that we can review, and then we get a presentation by them and we can ask questions, perhaps it would not be an extraordinarily long meeting if we find that week's more problematic. I'm trying to kind of think of ideas.
I think I understand your question, but I do think it'll be kind of a long meeting in the sense that knowing this board, I do believe you'll have a bunch of questions.
Well, it doesn't have to be on a Thursday, correct? Could you do it on May 11th?
That's a good point.
I mean,
Could we do it? Or I have an obligation that evening, but I would prefer not to have to change if we could do it on the earlier side.
I actually have something that evening as well.
Okay, next. Different. How about Tuesday, the 10th?
I'm out. I could do remote, but I can't get back in time.
Did you just say Saturday? Dr. Jones.
What says Mother's Day, like a Board of Ed meeting? I'm just kidding. You know, I'm just kidding.
Tuesday, May 10th, but Karen couldn't do it, right? You can only do it virtually.
What time?
Bye, Chuck. Bye, Lil.
Bye, thank you. Thanks for hanging.
What time? Sorry. What time on the 10th?
I have something to get out of, so I'll try to do that, but I think I can do that. Or is later better, Karen?
Later is much better.
We do have to check with the consultants too, but if the 8 of us could do it, let's focus on that.
But
Yeah,
the question is, are we going to have our, but I think this is a strategy. Are we having public comment at the first time we're seeing this or at our, right? So it's really the public comment would be on the May 19th meeting, correct?
This is really for us to talk to the consultant. I mean, it'll be public, obviously, because we're together,
Well,
but
it'll be the first time we and the public have an opportunity to see what they've gathered. And as Joe's good point was, to see what they didn't include and for us to ask those questions. And then it gives the public an opportunity to marinate and be able to share their feedback and thoughts as well. I won't be here for the May 19th meeting, but I'll watch the video afterwards.
so do we want to say 7 PM on May 10th? Was that where we were?
May 10th.
Yes. And you said you could do that virtually?
I could try to be here on time. It just depends on how late my thing runs in the city as to what train I can get on and when I can get here.
Do you want to try 7:30?
That would give me a little bit more time. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me. Everyone cool with it? Let's go for, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, again, I assume it's if they can, be here, the consultants, right?
Right, that it's based on them coming. Otherwise, we could all just stare at each other. That'd be fine. God bless you. All right, May 10th, 7:30.
I think we also should just be forewarned that maybe we might have to meet at COSCOP because the RTM meeting the night before is the budget. If they run long, they might go a second night. So we should have a backup location. Just food for thought.
What else? Okay,
Another agenda item,
yes.
Parks and Rec, Joe Sis.
Oh, yes, let's do that. Okay, we can add that for just our ongoing relationship.
Well, really, it's about I know that I've been made the liaison at Parks and Rec, and all they do is invite you to the meeting and sit you in an unescalated position and you listen to them talk. And they kind of do stuff for us that we kind of don't really oversee. Joe Siciliano reports to Fred. Doesn't report, nobody really seems to report to us on this topic. And there's a bunch of different schools that they service. I'd like to know how the schools feel about the service that Parks and Rec provides them at each and every school, and then be able to present that to the director of Parks and Recreation, Joe Siciliano, when he comes here, and tell him how he got rated on his services provided to the 16 buildings. So that's what I'd like to do, Joe.
Are you guys really good friends?
He's got to do what he's got to do.
That's fine. I remember doing that with Ralph a couple of years ago, and it was a good meeting. So yes, let's
I was
do
gonna
that.
say that this is a topic that comes up often. I think it's also a good idea. I know the schools constantly get frustrated because we cover some stuff, the town covers some stuff. They never know where they're supposed to go to ask for, interior, exterior,
Well, yeah, so when we
Sounds
decide
good.
and prep for that, Tony, if you could jot that down, just if we can find out from the schools if they're satisfied with the service that Parks and Rec provides them, give it a scale of 1 to 5, and 1 being good, 5 being horrible, or something like that, or whatever you choose to do. And at least we can then present that to Joe about how we feel. I don't know if we have a say in the matter of how he services our buildings, and I think we certainly should.
Very good. Okay, that's good. And then obviously the French book will come back, and so we should all watch the video. And then Western Middle School will be added to every meeting. Yep.
this.
And then I think that Karen and I have been sitting on the curriculum committee as it's reviewing the proposed curriculum for the African American and Latino Studies class. And I, off the top of my head, I don't remember the last date of the meeting that we have. But I do think that that has to come back to the board for a vote.
I think we already voted. We just referred it. I don't think we said it had to come back. I mean.
We voted, we said that it had to come back. Well, we said that it could go on to the school book, sorry, lacking the words at this time of night.
Course
Thank
study
you.
guide.
The course study guide, and that it had to be gone through the curriculum committee, but pursuant to policy, I believe that has to come back to us for a vote.
I don't think we said, we said we referred it to the curriculum committee to review, but I don't think we said we needed it to come back.
But our policy says it has, we have to vote on the curriculum.
Yeah, let's look into it. That's. The district, yeah, that's kind of how I saw it, but we can continue to have that conversation. Go ahead, Michael.
It's almost comical, but we did talk about going back in executive session to review high school plans from the incident and how they've adjusted.
And I know you followed up with Chief Heavey, and I feel like he's my new Waldo. I feel like I see him everywhere. So I should probably have asked him the last few times, but I will again. Good reminder. Okay, with that, anyone want to make a motion? Oh, Miss Costin.
From my basement, I move that we adjourn.
I'll second.
Very good. All in favor? 8-0. Thank you so much. Thanks for staying with us.